kind of a couple of comments for me, just remain to the meetings primarily, not so much the meeting body. But I want to, we did get citizen comments. I made that comment. Before we begin, I want you all to know that I announced yesterday the amendment to the local state of emergency declaration to include a stay-at-home order, which becomes effective tonight at 11 p.m. I want to thank the mayor for all of his cooperation. I can say how proud I am that the city and the county can demonstrate how we work together on the little things, even on the really big things. Let me take a moment to reiterate, based on the order we putting in place, that it follows the health expert guidelines in reinforcing social distancing and staying home whenever possible. It authorizes law enforcement to disperse crowds and enforce the curfew. What it does not do is close any business or restrict people's ability to get out and shop while they're gone or take care of any essentials. I'm happy to discuss that more should anybody wish to, but I know we're all anxious to get on to the business at hand. With that said, I want to thank everybody for being here. Call this meeting to give us the opportunity to consider what I think is something urgent, pressing, and unprecedented for us in this community. Let me also thank the IT people in the room and the city and the county. This has been a yeoman's lift in trying to figure out how we meet the legal as well as the technological issues of today. I would ask for your patience, and I'll lay out some guidelines before we get into our specific comments later. But please be patient with me, and hopefully we'll get through this. I want to thank the county administrator and the city manager for tasking OEB early on to look at this and see, is this something we could do? And a special thanks to OEB, who have been working round the clock since this started to try and figure out, is there a way we can help people? I think we also need to thank the EDLC, which is our citizen committee, along with the three chambers of commerce, and we appreciate the input and wisdom on what we hope to discuss today. Now, before we get into the important details, I want to make sure people understand the meeting is being conducted consistent with the governor's executive order to allow such meetings to occur absent of physical quorum. It's been advertised, members of the public have been able to submit comments and have been provided this conference number to listen in real time. I also realize that this is less public participation than we all strive to provide our meetings, but under the circumstances, I hope everybody understands. As I said, we called the meeting because of the global COVID-19 pandemic. It not only poses a serious and uncertain threat to health and the lives of our citizens, but the threat extends with even greater certainty to the economic health of businesses and the people they employ. In a moment, I'm going to hand this off to Vince and Reese, who represent the IMC, for a brief introduction. They'll then hand it off to the OEB staff to present the analysis and the recommendations for our considerations. This might be a little clunky, and work with me on this. I promise we'll open it up, and everybody's going to get a chance to speak, and I look forward to hearing from everybody. I'll save my comments about how that's going to be done for now. Two things I want to just point out. First of all, I can't tell you how proud I am to be part of this community. Not only were we way ahead of the curve in putting together the sales tax economic development piece, but here we are in a position that very few other communities in the country find themselves able to do. Well, I don't think this is something that's going to solve every problem. I'm hoping it ends up being a bridge for us. Unprecedented times call for unprecedented measures, and that's why we're here. I think they also call for unprecedented judgment and prudence. We don't know where the community will be 3 weeks from now, 3 months from now, and we need to be able to position ourselves and for the future, given that uncertainty. All right, having said all that, I would like to hand it off to the county administrator, who will then hand it to the city manager, then the OEB staff. Okay, do we want to do a roll call before we get past this point, just to make sure we got everybody? Yes. All right. We want to, somebody have a list. Can we do a roll call vote? Just signify that you're here.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, okay, and also just one very quick point. With the public notice for this meeting was the advice for citizens to submit their comments for the record. That was by 9 a.m. this morning. That was done and distributed, so you should have had time to read that. Okay, so confirming those on the phone, please say hi. We have the Chairman, Brian Delores here, Commissioner Kristen Dozier.
I'm here.
Hello, Commissioner Jimbo Jackson.
Hey, I'm here.
Commissioner Mary Ann Linden.
Here.
Commissioner Nick Maddox.
Commissioner Maddox.
Maddox.
Gonna text him.
Me.
I hear you.
Oh, you
Me.
okay.
Okay. Commissioner Rick Minor.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bill Proctor.
Boom, shakalaka, boom, shakalaka, boom.
Hello, sir. Mayor John Haley.
Mayor.
Commissioner Lane Bryant.
Here.
Commissioner Jeremy Madlow.
I'm here.
Good to see you. Commissioner Chris Richardson. And Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox.
I'm here.
Okay, fantastic. Mr. Chairman, you have a full attendance.
All right, thank you all. All right. Mr. County Administrator, I'll hand it off to you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Pretty quick on my part and on Bruce's part. As we say in the item, and we hardly have to say this to this group, we know you all know this, but Blueprint has not only transformed our community by multiplying the impact of public and private investment in capital projects for the short and long-term benefit of our community. As the chairman noted, it was also a major key in lessening the overall economic decline during the economic collapse of the Great Recession, mitigating our job losses and accelerating our local economy. I think that's important to note as we find ourselves where we are today. And when the sales tax was extended in 2014 to include the economic development component, it gave us an alignment of resources and decision-making, again, as demonstrated today, which is proven to be so critical for us. And again, that not only supports and sustains our long-term economic growth, but also puts our community in the best possible position to respond to economic opportunities, but also to challenges that may arise. As the chairman said, we're all very well aware of the seriousness and uncertainty associated with the health threat, and of course, we've all been working in our respective organizations very hard on that front, but it also poses a significant economic threat to our small businesses and employers hardest hit. So the city manager and myself, acting as the IMC, tasked OEV to provide the IA with recommendations on what we could do, assuming that you all may want to have options to consider at this time, what we could do locally to help our local small businesses and the people they employ, again, hit hardest by COVID-19. In doing so, we made certain assumptions, commissioners, and I know that those are all in your packets, but I just want to hit them very quickly. The first major assumption is that the federal government is the only entity with the resources to bring to bear sufficient to significantly mitigate the scale of potential small business closures and the substantial resulting economic and the substantial resulting unemployment. It's important, you'll be hearing us referring to that more today. And fortunately, we've got Sarah Mills on the call, Sarah Vilms rather on the call. Sarah is from Squires Patton Boggs. She's been the county's federal lobbyist for almost 20 years, and I can't think of a better person to have on the line with us to give us the up to the minute on the federal stimulus package. And again, at the time that we were writing this, we were saying that we do expect a historic federal economic stimulus package this week. We obviously expect it today. But as we say, the important thing to note is that this $2 trillion package now is focused on providing the resources necessary for businesses to keep employees on their books so that they can survive and so that our economy can respond and recover as quickly as possible. The reason I'm saying that is because we do have geared our program to that as well. Just another quick note, long-term, low-interest loans are currently available, and again, referencing federal legislation, will be coming soon. The reason that we highlight that, commissioners, is because we know from many past emergencies that these low-interest, long-term loans are widely considered to be the very best tool to save small businesses. And they're trying to get these out fast. And as you know, our community has already benefited from the first few state bridge loans that are out there. But we all acknowledge that there are many small businesses that are in various stages of this process. Very quickly, Commissioners, unemployment benefits, and I know you're all following all federal news on this, and Sarah will talk about this more, but they are going to be critical for the temporary economic crisis of this magnitude. And of course, we'll be prepared to talk about this. From our standpoint, speed is going to be imperative. What we're talking about today, Commissioners, is a bridge to a bridge. The speed at which small businesses receive financial assistance will in many cases determine if they can survive this shock and continue to employ people in the short and long term. And again, we know the state and feds are moving quickly, but our recommendations are intended to provide sort of a emergency life support until that aid arises. And finally, just to underscore what the chairman noted, Commissioners, as important as urgency is at this time, so is prudence. We assume that in addition to whatever the IA directs that we do today, that we may need to be able to respond in the future to other gaps that are currently unknown. So preserving our future capacity on local needs, we have considered and believe is very important. And with that, I'll hand it over to my friend, the city manager, Reese Goodman.
Thank you, Vince. I'll be brief in my comments, somewhat duplicative of what county administrator indicated, but day one, as we came together as a community, and we called upon the community to address this crisis, our mindset was the health and welfare of our community. From the point of view of local government, I know Vince and I have worked very closely together with our workforces and our colleagues in local government to make sure that we provide those critical services for our community that are essential. Our mindset went there immediately to make sure that we had the resources to keep our community going. Within days, we began talking to the OED staff because we knew this would be an instrument, we would be a tool that could help our business community that was partly impacted by this worldwide national crisis. We of course knew, and I'm going to repeat what Ben said, that this impacts every city in the United States. This impacts every city in Florida, in fact, and our federal government will provide the greatest level of stimulus. That is a key assumption in what we recommended today. It was an immediate assumption that we made in our discussion, but we knew the pull down of some of those funds may be delayed, of course, with the surge of demand through the whole state, through the United States. It's reasonable to believe, even with the urgency that we demonstrated at federal and state level, that there may be a delay in funds. And so the discussion went in that direction of how do we complement those funds and how do we best capacity to be better, if you will, better positioned in other cities, better than Gainesville or Lakeland, not to repeat, but how do we keep the health and welfare of our business community and our community at large? So Vince indicated this is intended to be a bridge. The resources, larger resources that we move through this is designed to be speedy. I think you'll hear more about that today. And again, to best position us from our state and federal partners. We've seen the state bridge loan already issued. In our case, I believe it was the first two in the state bridge loans for local businesses. So that's the aim of this program. And Ben, Christina, and the entire team have worked, Mr. Chairman, as you said, they've worked around the clock together, and I'm glad we're here today. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ben to kind of go a little deeper.
Hey, Mr. Chairman.
Hey guys, can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Reese and Vince, your what you were saying was going kind of in and out, depending on which way you turned. I was having trouble hearing it. So if we could, I guess, make sure you turn towards the speaker and stay there so we can be clear.
Yeah, the speaker for all of us, I think, is up here. Is that right? So, okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we're also hearing from the public that they're having trouble understanding, especially Reese. But yeah, the more clarity we can get from the audio feed in the Blueprint office, the better.
Okay, thank you. Good to know. So then I think we just need to project and make sure we're speaking towards the microphone.
Well, Commissioner Butler, I've been told I have this video, so I will allocate recording. Thank you very much. As Vince and the city manager have stated, the question was clear at the beginning. At the early onset of this, the question was put forth by the IAC, the executive leadership. What can we do? We know the crisis is coming. We know the crisis is here and it's evolving. What can we do within the Office of Economic Vitality to have a positive impact, to support the economy, to be rapid, quick, and to lean forward? You're going to hear a lot about that. First, there were some ground rules that were set, that were agreed upon by Vince. I'm sorry? Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. That were agreed upon internally. And real quickly, commissioners, and they're in your materials, as Reese indicated and Vince both, protect small businesses, avoid additional unemployment, whatever we can do to shore that up. Focus, laser focus on the small business community that is the backbone of our economy. Do not duplicate any federal or state program, but rather anticipate it and align with it and leverage those dollars. We'll hear more about that today. Fill the gaps to accelerate a local recovery and resilience. And then, of course, continue to monitor it, and that's incorporated into everything. Now, as Vincent indicated earlier on today, we are fortuitous that as of, I believe, this morning, last night, and today, there has been, with the federal government being such a key driver, there has been productive action by Congress with the next round of really the largest round of near $2 trillion in stimulus. I have notes from it, but no one better really to be able to speak to the key points than our federal lobbyist teams. We are lucky to have Sarah Villens on the call. And at this point, if everyone can hear me okay, I'd like to turn it over to her to give you the highlights of what Washington, D.C. has been up to. I think it's going to really play into what we discuss here later in this meeting. Sarah, are you there?
Thank you, Ben. I really appreciate that. And let me know if you're having any troubles hearing me. I'd be happy to make arrangements as you deem appropriate. Thank you for having me. Really appreciate it. And, you know, it's been a moving target. So I'm Sarah Vilms. I'm a principal at Squire Patton Boggs in our public policy group. Thank you to Andy and Christina and Nikki for their outstanding and hard work during these times. Also, we'll dearly miss the excellent work of County Attorney Herb Thiele when he departs. Are you having trouble hearing me? You okay? Okay.
I can hear you fine.
Great. Okay, good. So we have been staying on top of this ever-changing scenario of the federal government's response to COVID-19 and sharing real-time updates with the county. I'll give a pretty high-level overview and details where you deem appropriate. So at 1:30 last night, there was a deal struck. We do expect to vote today in the Senate and also likely in the House. While nothing is final yet, and they just released the final text about an hour ago, which is thousands of pages, so please keep that as one note of caution. Everything that we have written has been based on what we knew was going into the text, but it's not final until it's voted on, and there could be changes. So please note that this is not the exact wording and details, but they should be really pretty close. In order to get funding out as quickly as possible, Congress is likely to use existing pathways to dole out that funding. So keep that in mind as I go through this. So the first overview I'll just give real quick is phase one. The coronavirus bill passed by Congress allowed $1 billion in loan subsidies to help small businesses. And a little caveat here, most of my presentation is going to be around what the funding is going to be getting out there to help small businesses and the local governments. So that's what this is all about. So that first phase allowed $1 billion in loan subsidies. Those were for loans for small businesses, small agricultural cooperatives, small aquaculture producers, and nonprofits that have been impacted by the financial losses as a result of the coronavirus outbreak. This funding could also enable the U.S. Small Business Administration, which we'll call the SBA from now on out, to provide an estimated $7 billion in loans to these entities. So that was phase one. Phase two, as you probably know, is called the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. This relief package provided, among other things, sick leave and unemployment benefits for individuals affected by the pandemic. The law requires the employers with fewer than 500 employees to provide 2 weeks worth of paid sick leave if employees are unable to work due to quarantine or isolation, or they're experiencing symptoms of COVID-19, or have to care for someone who is quarantined or in isolation, or who have children in schools that have closed. Employers themselves will receive tax credits to offset the cost of providing this paid leave by 100%. The covered provision.
How many? I'm sorry. You said fewer than how many employees?
Sorry, Commissioner Nick, go ahead.
You said fewer than how many?
Fewer than 500 employees. The covered provisions mandate 12 weeks, which is 4 months, of job protected leave under the FLMA for employees who are unable to work or unable to telework because they have to care for children. So are there exceptions? Yes, the law includes a provision that allows the Secretary of Labor to exempt small businesses with fewer than 50 employees from having to pay these leave requirements altogether. Okay, so that was phase one and phase two, what they did for small businesses. Now I'm going to move on to phase three, which is the bill that Congress has been heatedly involved in negotiations, that they struck the deal last night at 1:30 in the morning on. This phase three stimulus package, which we expect will be voted on today, calls for $2 trillion in spending, with between 300 to 425 billion for small business provisions. I'm just going to hit a couple of highlights first, the overview of the whole bill as it pertains to us, and then I'll go into some more specifics. So there is a large business economic stabilization fund included. Then there's small business provisions. There's also 8 business tax provisions that could be very useful to the small businesses. And then there's a supplemental appropriations piece. I'm going to go through the supplemental appropriations piece first real quick here, and then get to these other provisions that I just discussed. So in the supplemental, there's $300 billion, which is an increase from the $46 billion that the Trump administration had originally proposed, which will include $130 billion for hospitals and healthcare providers. This is medical equipment, ventilators, supplies, masks. This is what Minority Leader Chuck Schumer refers to as the Marshall Plan for our health systems. There also is $150 billion for state and local governments, and I will get to the details on that later. There's $30 billion to local school systems and universities. There's $25 billion for transit. There is a FEMA disaster relief fund of between 30 and 45 billion for state and local government financial assistance. There's 400 million for first responders, 200 million to CMS to support states to prevent the spread of the virus. There's 4 billion in homelessness help, 5 billion in CDBG for rental assistance, 685 million from HUD for public housing assistance, 125, I think that's million, it could be, I think that's billion, sorry, for tenant-based rental assistance. There's 30 billion for disaster relief funds to supplement the CDBG and homelessness. So that's kind of that overall. The large business economic stabilization fund. If you are a large business, we have more information that we can go into after this, but we'll just provide this piece very slowly. This is a $500 billion fund. It's a credit facility for large businesses facing liquidity crisis that they can have access, so they can have access to large amounts of capital. The U.S. Treasurer will manage the fund, and by law, they must design an application within 10 days. And that is directly targeted to economically distressed sectors of the economy. Those are the pieces that the government instructed to close down. So those are hurting because of the government's own actions. And if you need more on that, we can talk about that later. So let's get to the small business administration programs. So there is $350 billion. This could be as much as $367 billion for a new small business interruption loan program. And it's interesting they use the word loan because this provides for forgivable and collateral-free loans to help cover 2.5 times the monthly payroll expenses capped at $10 million during the crisis. So this would be for 500 employees or less. And if you are a food service or have more than one site in that food service industry, there are other provisions that can help you. This will SBA, this is managed by the Small Business Administration. They are more than likely to use the same SBA lenders and financial institutions and banks that they currently use to get that capital into the market. These are the banks that are currently approved by SBA to provide loans, SBA loans. This will cover loans, any loans that a small business needs between February 15th and June 30th. This is in order to float their operational costs for the next few months to get through the crisis as stable. The loan can be used for covering a vast variety of things. It can be used for paid sick leave, medical or family leave. You can use it for costs related to continuation of group health care benefits during periods of leave. You can use it for employees' salaries, use it for mortgage payments, other debt obligations, any other debt obligations. Note the SBA will require lenders to provide a complete payment deferment relief for a period of not more than 1 year. Okay, what can the loans not be used for? They can't be used for employee compensation over $100,000 per year. They can't be used for compensation of an employee whose principal place of residence is outside of the U.S. And they can't be used to cover sick and family leave wages that are already being covered under the Family First Corona Response Act, because that would be a double dip. The loan, this is the fascinating piece of this new program. The loan, the loan would be forgiven completely if the employer maintains payroll during that entire period. So from February 15th to June 30th. So that sounds like an all-out grant to me, but you're calling it a loan. Okay, so that's big news, and that's the newest program. The other thing you should know about, this is a separate program that was included in the bill under SBA. If you're a small business owner and you currently hold the small business loan, they have put into place something called the small business loan delay. So if you currently hold the loan from the SBA, you don't have to pay it back for at least 6 months. The other piece that has been included in the bill that is very pertinent is all businesses are allowed to postpone their tax payments until October 15 of 2020. Okay, so that was one of the two big pieces of the programs that were included for small businesses. The second program is called the Expansion of the Economic Injury Disaster Program. This is an existing program. This will provide up to $10 billion in funding for the program. It's administered through the SBA's 68 district regional offices around the country. Small businesses must operate in an area that had been declared as disaster areas in order to get this funding. Note that Florida is not yet included in that list of states that has been included as disaster areas, but we expect this to expand as we see the virus roll out, unfortunately. This will be administered through the Small Business Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program, the existing program. The SBA is going to work with state governors to provide targeted low interest rate loans to small businesses that have been severely impacted by COVID-19. It provides businesses basically with working capital up to $2 million each. Again, these loans, they're trying to make all strings unattached. These loans can be used to pay a variety of things, including debt, payroll, employee sick leave, accounts payable, other bills that cannot be paid because of the pandemic's impact. There is an interest rate of 3.75% for small businesses without credit available elsewhere. Businesses with credit available elsewhere are not eligible. SBA is offering a long-term repayment plan in order to keep payments affordable. They're going to make this up to a maximum of a 30-year repayment plan. And terms are determined on a case-by-case basis and based on each borrower's ability to repay. So those are two huge programs that should be helpful to our small businesses. A third area that Phase 3 has included is a group of business tax provisions that could be significant. Specifically, there are 8 of them. And I'm not going to go into the details of all of them, but I'm just going to tell you what they are. So the first is a delay of payment of employer payroll taxes. That's in order for you to be able to keep your employees. The second is a net operating loss technical correction. And the third is a net operating loss to be carried back for 5 years. The fourth is a modification of AMT for corporate payments. The fifth is a change to business interest. The sixth is a technical amendment which improves the way certain properties are amortized over time. And then we have a worksheet that we have used in the past and we are updating right now that we can send you that allows you to know exactly how this would impact your business. So one of our clients used it and found out that this would be a $400 million benefit to them, just those 8 provisions that I cited. So we'll be working with the county to get that out to you as soon as it's ready to go. Back to small businesses. Oh, let me just pause there for a quick second and just see if there are any questions before I continue, because I've been talking for a long time.
Sarah, were you going to get to the unemployment piece?
Yes, I am. I'm still getting to that.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Any questions?
Go ahead. Was there another question?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay. So there's two other measures that are very important for small businesses that are likely to be impactful. One is they have instituted a delay for employers to submit the payroll taxes they owe, and there's going to be an expanded deduction for the interest expense that companies pay on loans. It's to give businesses more of a tax reprieve. Okay, let me get quickly to the state and local stabilization fund, because this is very important for Leon County and the city of Tallahassee. There is $150 billion included in Phase 3 for a state and local stimulus fund. This is supposed to be rolled out 30 days after the enactment, which would come to, and this is the important thing here to note, is cities were not included up until about 1:30 in the morning, and then they were included. The other piece that is really important to note here is right now, this is only being provided to cities and counties with a population over 500,000. So that is something where, we may need to work on that for Phase 4 or Phase 5 to get cities like Leon County and City of Tallahassee to be considered. Also, based on the payments, the payments are going to be based on a formula. They'll have to apply, but again, and this is going to be going through the CDBG program. Of that, there is the balance of the 150 billion. The state of Florida will be receiving funding. There is 45% of that is going to the state of Florida, going to states, and 50% of that will be going to local governments. So even though Leon County and City of Tallahassee may not be eligible because of the 500,000 population, the state of Florida will still be receiving about 50% of this 150. Sorry, not the state of Florida. All states will be receiving about 50% of this 150 billion. So the state of Florida will still have a significant chunk of money, and they may decide differently as to how they want to dole that money out to their state and local governments. Also included in this, we talked about this before, was the 130, as a separate piece of the 150 billion for state and local, and then there's a separate piece of 130 billion for the hospitals, which we talked about earlier, which is the Marshall Plan. Okay, let me get to direct assistance to individuals. The phase 3 also included $1,200 as a direct check to any individual earning under the $75,000 per year, or $2,400 for a couple earning less than $150,000 per year. It also included a provision to provide $600 for each child. In the past, these types of payments have been in the form of a check that comes directly from the IRS that gets mailed to you. And that's how, unless we hear otherwise, we are expecting that they will use that same process for this check. Unemployment. So phase 3 includes an expanded unemployment insurance of 4 months of pay if you are furloughed or laid off due to COVID-19. We understand that there were some CNN reports this morning talking about 4 years. We listened to those reports. If you listen, I think it's about a minute, 26 seconds, the anchor corrects herself and says these are months, not years. But that is the information we have on that. So I'm going to stop here if there's any questions before we go on to what happens next.
Any questions? Yeah. Any questions for Sarah? And I can tell you we're having some audio difficulties out of this room, so we'll have to deal with that. In fact, why don't we take 1 minute, just take a breath here real quick, Sarah, and let us try and figure out, we're going to swap something out here. I understand that everybody out there is having a hard time hearing what's going on in this room. Okay? So give me 1 minute. Let's see if we can swap something out.
Sure.
I hope, hopefully all the commissioners can hear us and hopefully the public can hear us. But I've been told to speak very slow and speak up. So this is welcome to the new norm. So give us a minute here and let me see if we can rearrange something.
Mr. Chairman, you have a lot of echoing in that room. It's what really muddles things, I think.
Okay, that's good to hear. I think it's fine because we have a little microphone.
If you do not know your attending number,
Okay.
No, gotta mute this too. That's down, and we're muted here. Okay, I'm gonna unmute.
Okay.
I'll try.
Check, 1, 2.
Anybody, can you hear me okay now?
Yep.
How does that sound?
That's a lot better.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, thank you. And listen, this is welcome to the new norm. Yeah, this is the kind of thing we're going to have to deal with till we get further down the road. Okay, all right. All right, Sarah, if you're still with us, you want to go ahead and...
Sure.
Do we have questions for Sarah?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I've got one.
Okay, Commissioner Minor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sarah, you talked, thank you for all this information. This is the best synopsis of the federal efforts that I've heard so far, so thank you very much. This is not an easy question, but if you can do your best, can you provide a brief synopsis, maybe a minute at the most, of a summary of how the SBA programs would assist employees that are working for a small business that are being that are very vulnerable right now? I mean, you talked a lot from the perspective of a small business. You talked about the unemployment insurance being extended for 4 months, but if I'm an employee of a small business, what of the federal legislation has been designed to help me specifically? If you could just take maybe a minute and summarize that, that'd be helpful.
Sure, Commissioner, and I hope I'm getting your question correctly answered here. So the way this helps is the whole intent of this phase is, as you probably have heard from your constituents, small businesses are one of the hardest hit in this crisis. They do not have the capital or backstop, and they are laying off employees in droves. In order to stem that layoff, that's what these are intended to do. So, for example, that new program I was talking about, the new small business interruption, they're calling it a loan program, but from my reading of it, it's literally almost free money. It's in order for you as a small business and you as an employee to stay employed. So it provides forgivable and collateral-free loans to help cover 2.5 times the monthly payroll expenses. So basically, it allows you as the small business to keep that employee paid and on your payroll, not laying them off, and for that employee to continue to have a job during this crisis. So that will cover you from February 15th through June 30th right now. And it's really, if you're an employee, that's probably one of the biggest considerations you need to care about, because you want to keep that job and you want your employer to keep it. And that loan, it's my understanding, is forgivable. So if you're a small employer and you're able to keep your entire payroll between those times, between February 15th and June 30th, my understanding, I think it's 100% forgivable loan. It's basically free money to keep you employing people. Does that
Which is great. Yes, it does. That's the best part of what you described from the federal efforts. And what you described with regard to that, the February 15th to the June 30th timeframe, and provided you keep everyone on payroll, waiving that loan is terrific. That's really good news from the feds. One thing that we need to do as a Blueprint IA board is try to figure out and make sure that what grant program we decide to offer to small businesses here helps businesses maintain that payroll so that they qualify for forgiving that loan. And as a result, you're keeping those employees on their payroll and keeping them paid, maybe if not full payroll, partial payroll, to help them with their own bills going forward. So that's a really great part of the bill they signed at 1:30 a.m. last night, right? Is that portion, I think, has a direct effect on what we decide to do here today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and just make sure, I just want to put all the caveats out there. Again, the final text, we have not seen the final text yet. So I want to, when it sounds almost outrageous to me that the federal government is calling this a forgivable and collateral-free loan, which basically sounds like an all-out grant. So are they going to put guardrails around percentages of this? Are they going to say 10% is forgivable, 100% is forgivable? That is the stuff we don't know yet. So that's I just note a caution as we go forward. We've got to get all the ink before we can make sure we go forward with any other programs that around this. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you very much.
And just to add to that, commissioners, because it can't be overstated, that's if you're on the payroll. If you're not on the payroll, if you've been furloughed or terminated, the unemployment uninsurance benefit, which is usually capped in most states from $200 to $500 a week, is going to be a full income replacement for 4 months. And that is if you're on unemployment. So I just want to make that clarification.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Sarah?
Mr. Chair, this is Kristen. I've got a question.
Sure. Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'm getting informal at the House here. Sarah, I'll echo Commissioner Minor's comments. Great update. Vince, thank you for the clarification. If you can go back for a second, we're getting a lot of comments and questions about nonprofits. So if you could go back, I think you said that was under phase 1 or 2. I'm getting them confused. So phase 1 or 2 there. I want to know how quickly that's going to be available and the application process, and whether or not there are ways that other ways that they're looking at helping nonprofits.
Yes. Just want to make sure. Okay. So absolutely. So you are correct, Commissioner. That is contained within phase 1. That's the coronavirus bill that Congress passed that allows up $1 billion in loan subsidies to help small businesses. It also includes nonprofit organizations. That funding is going to be administered by the Small Business Administration using this. It's my understanding, because we haven't been told differently, they are going to use the exact same pathways that they currently use to dole out funding through small businesses. So a bank in your community that has been approved already by the SBA to loan and provide these types of payments. And they are looking to leverage that to provide an estimated $7 billion in loans all across the United States. So is my understanding too, you asked about timing. As soon as this bill is enacted, we have seen, I haven't seen the timing portion on this. I've seen there was 30 days on the money that was going to the state and local economic stabilization fund. It's my understanding they're going to try and get these out as soon as possible and using the existing methods that they have. So I can't imagine it would be longer than 30 days. I think it could be less than 30 days. Many times they write upon enactment because these channels are already set up to provide that. So all they need is word from the Fed that, okay, I'm a bank, I can lend in this way now.
Right. Well, just one follow-up there. In some of these bills, we're seeing money, you mentioned homelessness specifically, and we know that we're already seeing more pressure on our human service agencies. I think that's only going to increase. Is there anything in the program funding that also supports operations?
What type of operations are you talking about?
I guess I'm saying a lot of programs a lot of funding that nonprofits apply for, it is for a specific program, but they may need to pay the bills for utilities, for mortgage, just like any other business right now. So I'm wondering if there is more focus on supporting their program and service activities than there might be on the operations of the business, which nonprofits are businesses.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Now, I know that the overview on that is for nonprofit organizations that have been impacted by financial losses as a result of the coronavirus outbreak. So we are, that seems pretty broad to me, but that's something we'll have to take back and find out exactly for you. I can't imagine, you're saying, your point is not only for the operations of the small businesses, but the operations of those that they help. Was that your question? I'm sorry, Commissioner.
And we can move on to other things, but it is we don't always see operational dollars as part of grant allocations for any type of human service or other types of nonprofit.
Right.
So if we have a nonprofit that's doing a phenomenal service in our community, necessary, helping support our people, but they can't pay their mortgage, that's something that would impact their ability to be part of the team. So I appreciate this. Sarah, we could unpack it more at another time. Mr. Chair, the only other thing I would say is with Sarah's assistance, I think it would help everyone in the community if we had her expertise and OEV's expertise to unpack some of this legislation. People are going to see a lot of news stories about this, and it just may be another resource we can provide locally. Thank
Certainly.
you. Thanks, Sarah.
Good question, yeah. Sarah, let's take one more question, then kind of roll through this. I see Commissioner Matlow, I think, is asked to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can. Sarah, can you hear him?
Yes.
Yeah, just following up on that, I agree. I think if we can find a way to include nonprofits in anything we do locally, they make a massive part of our local economy and are just important. One question I had on the federal legislation, do you know where sole proprietors and kind of the gig economy workers, the hairstylists, the cosmetologists that are employed, they go to work every day, they're employed, but are a sole proprietor, where they fall in? Are they going to be asked to go to unemployment? Or are they going to be asked or be covered by a small business grant?
Yes, that's a good question, and I didn't put this in because there's reams of specifics going on here. But sole providers are covered under the. Sorry, I'm going to get you the. I talked about under the expansion of the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program. So that's $10 billion for that loan. Sole providers are eligible under that loan. Did you need more information on that? I can also, we have an update I can send you guys in writing that gives a lot of the detail and specific on this. But
yeah, that would be great. I just want something to pass along to people asking about that specifically.
Yes. So for the purpose of the EIDL, a business concern is the following: a business entity, meaning a sole proprietor, a partnership, an LLC, a corporation, a joint venture, where there's no more than 49% participation by a foreign entity, an association, a trust or cooperative, an organized and an organized for-profit. Yeah, so they are covered under that loan program.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Yep.
All right, in the interest, Sarah, you have more to add to the mix, or have we gotten through this?
Yeah, I was just going to add the next phase. I mean, it really just in 2 sentences here, which is what happens next. So we expect the senators to pass phase 3 in a vote today and leave as soon as it's passed for their health risks and concerns and go home. The House is also being asked to pass one of the most massive spending bills in the history of the U.S., also likely today. A couple cautions here. One is they may be asked to pass this based on unanimous consent, which means no changes, and that that when you have unanimous consent, any one individual of the 435 House members could hold up the entire UC vote. So they may do this by a voice vote. We're hearing kind of skirmishes among House members, but there is going to be enormous pressure for the House to pass it today, if not today, then tomorrow. Then after this, what comes next? And this is very important. We anticipate at least 2 more stimulus bills out of Congress, which are being termed phase 4 and phase 5, to continue to address the economic fallout of COVID-19 on the country. We expect phase 4 to begin, the work on phase 4 to begin immediately. In fact, we've had some calls this morning already with Congress on phase 4. Even though Congress is not likely to return officially into session for at least 3 more weeks, we heard April 20th as their return date. That will be going on starting immediately and using this time between now and then to get a phase 4 package together. So we need to be in constant communication. If there are things that Leon County needs, we need to be talking about those now. so that we can make sure we're advocating for those in the phase 4 package. We will work to provide you with the details of this very large package as to the impact on you and your citizens and any issues you want to raise going forward. I hope this has been helpful to you. I will send out immediately to Andy, who I think can distribute it to the entire mission, the updated provisions we got today. Again, it's before we've seen the final text, but we're 99% sure of that. And these are just the small business provisions, so that you can get an understanding of those details that I wasn't able to go entirely into on the phone. And you can provide that to your small businesses, at least initially.
Sarah, thanks so much for all the information. And I would comment that we'll make sure that that gets distributed out to the entire IA board, the city and the county, and frankly, it'll be a public document. So if anybody's interested that's listening to this, we can probably at least make it available too. Ben, back to you.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, real quickly. Yeah. Commissioner Maddox, I'm just doing by sound. Yeah.
This is Commissioner Richardson.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Richardson. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just a very quick question. How will this information get out to the business owners? I was at a tire shop yesterday and talking to one of the business owners about this, and they didn't have a whole lot of information. So how will this information get out to the business owners?
I think I'll let Ben tackle that. Really, as Sarah pointed out, they just passed this at 1:30 this morning, so nobody would have had the information. Sarah's probably got a better handle on it than anybody in this call.
Yeah. No, the question is how now will this information be disseminated? I know it was just passed early this morning, but how will it now be disseminated to our local small businesses?
Ben, you want to take a shot at that?
Yeah, no, I feel like I have to talk to this. Don't know where I'm looking. Commissioner, one of the first things that we did, and I know we're ultimately going to be talking about a program proposal here, and I do want to synopsize some of what we just heard. But one of the first things that we did to assist small businesses was pull together a number of different resources, including a local business guide, a one-stop shop that has all of the key programs that are evolving, including those that were just mentioned, including those that may pass later today and in the week ahead. That's a living document, if you will. We update it with all of the key programs and resources that, regardless of whether it's us that are doing it or if it's SBA, FAMU, SBDC, whomever, if it's of value to the businesses in our community, it's in the guide, and we're amplifying that out through all social media, press, coverage, etc., with really thousands of hits. We intend to do that as much as we can. We've got our MWSBE shop pushing it forward into the minority community, the business community. We're uncovering every stone to get the latest information in a concise resource manual and get it pushed out to the businesses that could benefit from it and the employees that work there, of course. If that
if I can jump in, I had my hand raised, but I guess you can't see it.
Go ahead, Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Okay, I had a question for Sylvia because in her explanation to Rick, I thought I heard that the funds, the federal funds, and what we were just discussing, would cover individuals who are currently on payroll. But for those who have been laid off or furloughed, they would they be considered if those folks were put back on payroll for some reason or another?
Sarah, you want to take a shot at that, or?
Yeah, I do not know the answer to that. That is a good question. I was thinking about that myself. That's something that I think is going to get fleshed out, hopefully in the final text when we see it today.
Because if we're able, in our decision today, if we're able to help get people back on payroll, to get them covered so that they can benefit from these funds, I think that we need to take that into consideration when we're deliberating on what to do today. Because a number of folks are, as you know, the unemployment request for unemployment compensation is over 5,000, And it's just horrendous. So if we could somehow figure out a way to help get more people, even if it's partially employed, or so that they can benefit, so the business can benefit from keeping these people on payroll, I think that we need to consider that.
Good question. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that gets us to a stopping point with Sarah. Ben, you want to pick up from here?
Yeah, let me pick up if I could. I'll try and keep it targeted here. I know we still have a good bit of ground. I'm talking to the right phone here. I know we have a good bit of ground to cover, but just a couple of things to sort of narrow down the funnel here. So what we've heard is that there's been tremendous movement at the federal level. Here are a few key takeaways of things we've been seeing, including from the business survey, from what 200 companies in Leon County have been experiencing. So what we just heard was, I got a couple of notes here. Small businesses, Washington is $367 billion to continue to be able to make payroll for impacted businesses, acknowledging there's some questions, but I think that's huge. Unemployment benefits, $600 per week for impacted workers, new. That's going to be large. And I think the last one was the nonprofits. There was an answer to the Phase 1 and SBA $7 billion, I think, was my notes from Sarah's comment. I know there's been a lot of discussion about nonprofit access to resources, and so clearly Washington is acting. We heard the county administrator, city manager talk about the importance of Washington and then what we could do. I told you a little bit about, as we've been developing the program at OEB, we've developed a business resource guide. We've worked with our ecosystem partners to get that out. We've conducted a business assessment survey. We can get into some of the findings, but the short answer there is yes, our local businesses, our small businesses that we support have been impacted largely and are going to be looking for various forms of relief, very engaged in this. We have leaned forward into the open for takeout and supporting those retail businesses and food service businesses to make sure people are aware, in accordance with the governor's orders, that you still can order food and support that. That was met with some tremendous success. We can talk about that later. And then just, of course, increased communications over all various media channels. So, going back to the objectives of being fast, being focused, aligning with what the federal government continues to do day in, day out, being speedy in terms of how we may process payments moving forward, and filling the gaps that may exist. What you have before you, commissioners, really starting on page 11 of the agenda material that was distributed to you, is a program proposal that we believe does all of this, and I'm just going to cover some of the key highlights. And of course, we'll be here to answer any questions that you have. But we put together a program, we call it the COVID-19 Economic Disaster Relief Program, or the CEDAR program, that we're ready to launch. We'll provide a rapid and effective local grant benefit to businesses to bridge their limited cash reserves as they are proactively taking their own steps to remain viable and resilient and amass financing and capital from other sources. Simply stated, and the requirements are very direct. I'll hit them at a high level. The way it's written and proposed on page 12, must be a for-profit corporation in Leon County, registered with the Florida Division of Corporations, have 1 to 50 employees, have an active utility account, whatever your utility provider is, provide proof of an application for either the Florida Small Business Emergency Bridge Loan, and I want to pause on that. That one is for 2 to 100, so not for sole proprietorships, or the USSBA Disaster Loan Assistance Program. That is 1, so yes to sole proprietorships, to 500, and that includes the nonprofits that we just heard from Sarah about. Pledge in good faith to remain in business for at least 45 days following the receipt. And it's proposed for $2,500 per business. Commissioners, we've identified $1 million as is outlined in your agenda material. We acknowledge fully that our sales tax revenues, which are only 3 months now in terms of Blueprint 2020 on the books, are taking a impact from this as well. We are going to continue to monitor those impacts. We are going to bring back separately an analysis on both OEB's budget and Blueprint's program of work budget in the future, including within the current fiscal year. That noted, we are confident that the $1 million that has been identified is a solid revenue source to support this quick response program. We've heard about a bridge to a bridge. We acknowledge fully that the true answer, as has been stated repeatedly, to a lot of the issues our businesses are experiencing will come from federal and state resources. The federal and state governments are moving quickly. That's what we're hearing and what we're seeing. As quick as they move, it is going to take time for those applications to be processed and money to go forward. We believe fully, and we've committed to a 3 to 5 day timeline for turnaround from application to processing of electronic payment for a local grant program. Substantially, this is a grant. This is not a loan. We can talk about that more later if you would like. We feel confident in our ability to provide that both legally, operationally, etc. I would like to thank too many departments, honestly, in both the city government and in the Leon County government for all of the expedition and assistance that has been lent to this effort and what comes after any action by the IA today to implement this program. I think I've hit all of the highlights.
Ben, just note that you don't have to be successful, just apply.
Thank you, Vince. Great qualification. The requirement is that you apply for either the bridge loan or the SBA program.
Okay.
It does not require that you are successful. We do believe those that go through the effort to apply find success. I think it's helpful. But and I guess in summary, what we always are seeking to do is to help the greatest number of employees and employers possible, being extremely focused on small business at this time. The ability for the IA board to align and potentially leverage $1 million redeployed to potentially stimulate for our local businesses up to $800 million in federal dollars, serving up to 400 local businesses. And we may not hit this number, but it's possible, up to 20,000 employees is substantial. Is this the answer at the dollar amount, $2,500? No, but we may be the first money in. And I think that there's importance in that, and what we've been hearing is there is importance to the businesses. They know that their answer for this bridge is what they're applying for from financial institutions and from the two noted programs. But they also acknowledge the bridge to the bridge concept that is included in the CEDAR program, particularly if we can, and we will, implement it quickly upon your approval, will be meaningful for these businesses as they work to pay their rent, their lease, their equipment, their utilities, or whatever cash flow needs they otherwise have. The last comment I have is that, and it was noted by Sarah, that there are anticipated 2 more federal packages after this largest ever, $2 trillion. Commissioners, we're recommending a 30-day window to do this bridge to the bridge. We know more things will evolve. We know more state and federal programs will evolve, and we'll be ready to meet again with new proposals and solutions and discussions, including how this is performed if it's approved here today. There's a lot of material. Thank you all for your review of it. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, let me, if it's okay, we got everything on the table? I want to go ahead and kind of set the ground rules, and I apologize in advance if anybody feels this is a little heavy-handed. This is kind of the beginning of how we do these type of things, and so it's going to take a little bit of a learning curve. I talked to the Blueprint attorney, I talked to the county attorney. Just a couple of ground rules. I'd like one person at a time, obviously, to talk, so we're not tripping all over each other. We've all been on those conference calls that you fall all over each other. What I'm going to propose, and then I'm going to say this is the way we run the meeting for now at least, is that we do once a round of a random, it's just going to be, I'll vacillate between city and county commissioners, and I'll give each of you a chance to respond to the material you've gotten, the information you've heard, pose questions to staff if need be, and I'm going to work my way through the whole list so everybody that's on this call gets a chance to speak, okay? I'd ask that we don't start kicking motions out to start with. Let's just get most of the stuff out of the way relative to understanding of the material or direction we're going. I'd also ask, please stay on topic. We called a special meeting to discuss a specific topic, and I get that there's a lot of moving parts and that we're rarely together in these days, and it's a great chance to kind of spread out a little bit, but I'd rather we hone in and address at least the topic at hand, which is how do we help the small businesses. And that's really my ground rule, so to speak.
Mr. Chairman,
what I'll do is go, yes, sir.
Just a quick question. So there is an icon for us to raise our hand. Should we not consider that?
I would, heard a great question, Curtis, Commissioner Richardson. I would, for now, hold off on that. I want to go through the first round of letting everybody speak, okay?
Okay.
And then we'll cycle back. I'm very concerned that with 12 people who are not shy, that we end up turning this into one of those kind of parodies you see on the internet of people tripping all over each other with the delay and everything. So I'd rather go once through, and then I'll go twice through, and we'll go a third time through. But the first time, if it's okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and make this decision. Let's just go ahead. I'm going to call up a commissioner, ask that you make comments based on what you hear, what you know, questions you may have. Limit your conversation to 2 to 3 minutes, and then I'll go to the next one. So everybody will get a chance to speak first go around. Then I'll bring it back. But yeah, to answer your question, Commissioner Richardson, right now, let's not lean on the I need to be raising your hand. I can tell you from my perspective, and my eyes are pretty good, it's a little difficult to manage from here. So anyway, all right, that being said, I made a list, and what I'm going to ask is we're going to go commissioner by commissioner. So Commissioner Lindley, I'll tee you up first, if you don't mind. Comments, questions, concerns? Is Commissioner Lindley on the line? Commissioner Lindley, can we hear you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Really appreciate how this moving target is interacting with the feds. Thanks, Sarah. I guess two things that I'm really concerned about. One is we know this is a really modest proposal that we have here. We have limited amount of money. It's a great good faith effort to help our community. I don't want us to start thinking we have to pull everything else off the table. We know that our long-term projects are ultimately what's going to help revive our economy, the big ones, the really big ones that Blueprint has already gotten involved in. I think the county administrator talked about that earlier during the 2008 recession, how much just building roads and doing infrastructure counts. So I really hope today we can keep our eye on this $1 million fund. Specifically, we don't know what's going to come on down the road, but for me that's key, that we're talking about $1 million for today. I am very concerned about the nonprofits, which I think Commissioner Dozier said they contribute so much to the economy because, one, they're employing people, but also they're looking after the folks who are in trouble. So I hope that we can look to them, make sure that they are somehow involved in this at some level. They're not sometimes considered small businesses as such, and yet their business is very important in our community. And the third thing that I'm interested in is utility relief, if that can be looked at separately and apart. I think one of the points here is that if you haven't been paying your utility bills, these grants can't really help you. We don't know how long some people have been in distress with utilities just in the last couple of months anyway. So my main concern is sticking to the $1 million today, not getting into rehashing previous votes that we've taken on big projects. That's where I am.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lindley. Why don't we do this? Ben, you want to talk to the nonprofit thing or some of that for now? I mean, we can make this a little interactive.
Sure.
And then just up next will be Commissioner Daly and then Commissioner Richardson.
And I'm going to go off. I'm going to mute myself now.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, happy to lean in with some thoughts here. In terms of working from my own notes, the modest amount of money at this point in time, acknowledge it, but also stand by with confidence the ability to make those numbers within the current fiscal year at that level and align and leverage those dollars substantially with federal and state resources. So it seems prudent and enables us to come back and, of course, see what else can be done moving forward beyond this. So a large impact for that. The utility issue, I defer completely to city management and the city in general. On nonprofits, we've heard a fair amount of conversation about nonprofits, while the proposal, the CEDAR grant proposal, does not currently include nonprofits. It is intended for for-profits. We do acknowledge that one of the other key variables, or requisite, which is the SBA grant, loan rather, does cover nonprofits. So there are substantial, at a much larger level, commissioners, resources that are available to the nonprofit community as they may be impacted similarly by COVID-19.
Okay. All right. So thank you, Commissioner Lindley. I'm going to go to Mayor Daly, and then next up will be Commissioner Richardson.
Mr. Chairman, appreciate it. Can you hear me loud and clear?
I can hear you fine. Everybody else here, I think? Thank you.
Wonderful. Hey, first of all, Brian, thank you so much for your leadership as the chairman of the county commission during a state of emergency. I think you and the county are doing an incredible job, and I appreciate your leadership as the chairman of the Intergovernmental Agency Board in calling this meeting. This is a very important conversation. I'll get straight to the point. Commissioner Lindley, I could not agree with you more. I've got concerns about the nonprofits and individuals trying to pay utilities as well. I am in full support of the staff recommendation, the $1 million set aside for small businesses. I love how it's laid out. I love how it plays into state and federal programs with the possibility of bringing in more financial resources into our community. However, I also have an idea that I would like to put on the table for everybody to consider. I think that we should create a similar type program with another $1 million specifically for individuals and nonprofits. This is how I think it would work. 75% or $750,000 should be available for individuals who have lost their job because of COVID-19 crisis. We set the limit at $250 per household. We could reach 3,000 households, and with the average utility bill in the Tallahassee area at $222, this is a utility payment. This is what it would specifically be for, and I could not agree with your reasoning more, Commissioner Lindley. Set aside $250,000 for nonprofits, up to a $500 per nonprofit allocation specifically for utility payments as well. And the nonprofit eligibility could be tied to demonstrated loss of revenue of at least 50% due to the COVID-19 crisis, which mirrors the for-profit eligibility criteria. So we go with the staff recommendation of $1 million as it's laid out specifically for small businesses and how it ties into the state, how it ties into the federal government. We set aside another $1 million specifically, $750,000 for individuals who have lost their jobs specifically to COVID-19, and $250,000 for nonprofits that are hurting as well, knowing that there is also state and federal assistance that's available that we could tie into as well. So the question is, how do we pay for it? Mary Ann, I could not agree with you more. We need to continue our projects. One of the greatest assets going into a recession or these times is to keep people working and building. However, let's look at previous projects from Blueprint 2000. So we've sat down, we've been looking at every single penny and every single rock that we possibly can. And it's interesting. When we look at a Blueprint 2000 project that it was carried over and we're continuing to finish, the headwaters of the St. Marks. Now, let me be clear. We are going to finish the headwaters of the St. Marks. We will bring it to full fruition. We will finish it. However, as I'm looking at our spreadsheets right now, the projected balance as of April 30th of 2019 is $3.5 million. However, the estimated allocation required to complete the project is $980,000. That leaves a $2.5 million amount above and beyond what it will take to complete the headwaters of the St. Marks River project. So I am suggesting that we consider taking $1 million of the additional funds. And what I think we have is staff did an incredible job with the budget allocations, and we've come out on top on this project. Ben Pingree, I'm going to ask for you to confirm this, but we have, at least on paper, $2.5 million in addition to what is required to finish the headwaters. I would recommend we take $1 million of that. Therefore, it does not impact a single project of Blueprint 2020. We are simply taking some money that we have extra left over from one of our projects from Blueprint 2000. That's my idea.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ben, you want to respond? I would just offer my guidance, which would be, let's, instead of piling on and changing the direction we came into, maybe we may attempt separate motions. But Ben, you want to address kind of?
Yeah, that's fine, and I'm going to attempt to do that. And I do not have the budget in front of me, Mr. Mayor, but I don't think I would disagree with whatever report you're looking at in terms of balances on the noted project that you had. The larger concern that we have is what's being discussed, and I'm just going to keep it in very simple terms. What's being discussed today, the $1 million that's being proposed, comes from the 12% available for economic development activities. And I know that all commissioners are well aware of this. When you get into the Blueprint infrastructure side, you're dealing with projects. There are rigorous requirements to modify those project descriptions, and what those funds can be utilized for. Now, we've gone through that a couple of times in terms of just modifying projects before, namely the Airport Gateway and then the Northeast Gateway. But in terms of having the flexibility to look into the Blueprint infrastructure side under the current ordinance, laws, regulations that we have for the Blueprint IA and the Blueprint process, I'm here to tell you that the answer is no. The mixing of Blueprint infrastructure, project funding for economic development grants or purposes is not possible without substantial amendment at a level I've not yet begun to investigate.
Okay. All right, let's keep going around the room if you don't mind. So I've got Commissioner Richardson up next, and then followed by Commissioner Minor. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can everybody hear me okay?
I can hear you fine. Everybody else, I assume, is okay? Yeah.
Okay. The one question that I have, too, is for some reason my video isn't coming up when I'm speaking. I don't see it on my end. Maybe you guys do, but...
You're 5 foot by 5 foot in the room I'm at, and it's a little scary, I might add.
All right. Having served on the original Blueprint committee, Ben, I wholeheartedly agree with you. I think we have to stay true to what the community voted on in terms of projects and funding. Mr. Mayor, I certainly appreciate your attempt to look out for those not-for-profits because I have that same concern, and I hope that maybe at some point we can address that issue. But in terms of the original Blueprint, I think we need to stay true to what this community voted for in terms of the projects and the funding. So I've talked about the for-profits. Of course, I'm there with Commissioner Lindley, Commissioner Dozier, in terms of them being considered for the grants that we're talking about. And then the only other issue that I had was when Sarah did her presentation, I asked about how we would disseminate this information. I would also be curious to know how we're going to handle the number of incoming calls that we're going to get as this information starts to get out into the community, into the businesses. How are we going to handle the number of calls that will be coming in requesting information on all of these grant and loan programs? And that's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Ben, you want to respond?
We're utilizing, the very quick answer is we're utilizing every possible media to disseminate information. Every program, we're co-opting is too strong a word. We're leveraging every stakeholder, every chamber, city and county governments have been phenomenal. We're doing everything in-house that's possible. And in terms of the calls and the ability to handle the calls and the input, there's been tremendous collaboration during this COVID crisis of other employees, both within the Department of Place, but even that have been offered through Manager Goad and through Administrator Long, those that are able to telework, and we're training a number of them up in this room with physical spacing here tomorrow to be prepared to respond to the new grants. And that's the brief answer, sir.
Cool. Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. I've got Commissioner Minor up and then followed by Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank the Prent and OAV staff, Ben, Christina, Drew, Richard, and TJ. The work you've done on this packet in a very short amount of time is commendable. So thank you for all your great efforts. I'll be quick. I've got a number of different things here. I'm glad to hear that the grant program that we're discussing now is going to be eligible for sole proprietorships. In order for them to have the federal assistance, they'd have to apply for the SBA loan program, not for the Florida Emergency Bridge Loan Program, because of the 2 to 50, I think, right, versus the 1 to 500 for the federal program.
Yeah, I think that's right. They're nodding. Yeah.
Okay, good. Like others have expressed, I've got a concern about nonprofits not being eligible for this program. We've got about 2,000 nonprofits in this community with an overall economic impact of about $3 billion a year. So that's a big part of our economy. I'm not going to make any motions right now, but what I'd like to see is this program be adapted to make those nonprofits eligible. A quick point on the utilities and good standing, utility customer good standing piece. I'd like to relax that a little bit. If someone is behind on their bill, but less than 60 days behind, I'd hate to have that be the one criterion that rules someone ineligible or a small business ineligible to apply for this program. So my recommendation would be to basically say a utility customer with bills that are not outstanding beyond 60 days. Regarding the clawback provision to ensure that grantees are receiving these funds in good faith and living up to the spirit of the grant, I'd like to strengthen that portion to make sure that small businesses that receive these bridge funds are held accountable. Every business in existence wants to stay in existence. I suspect there may be some that say, well, this is just too much. I'm going to shut down my business. I'm going to lay off my 20 employees, and I might apply for this grant that Blueprint is offering too. For those small number of businesses that decide to do that, I want to make sure we are not using our taxpayer dollars for them to fund the shutdown of their business. It's perfectly their right to shut down their business if they decide they want to make that financial decision. I just don't want our taxpayer dollars going to finance that. These dollars should be used for helping businesses remain in business and to keep their employees on payroll, either through partial salary payments or full. But we need to make sure that we're targeting these dollars for those businesses that are trying like crazy to stay in business and to keep their employees employed. And then lastly, my last point, we've had a lot of feedback from the business community that they're grateful for the $2,500 amount. But for many of these businesses, it's not going to be enough to be a bridge to the bridge. I spoke to a restaurant owner last night whose monthly payroll is $30,000. And then on top of that, they've got other expenses, rent, utilities, etc. The $2,500 is going to help them, but it won't be enough to help sustain that business as they are trying to apply for the federal and state loans and programs and get that money in. What I'd recommend, again, no motions right now, but I hope we talk today about increasing the amount of funding for this grant program, so that maybe even having a tiered structure, so that larger businesses with 20 employees have the funds to help, substantial enough funds to carry them over until the federal dollars and the state dollars come in. Ben and I were talking a couple of days ago, and we don't want to spread these resources so thin that they have such a minimal impact for so many of the grantee recipients. We want to make sure that that these funds, these limited resources we have, are used strategically to do the most good and have the greatest impact. And I think expanding the amount of the grant awards and tiering these awards to have the greatest impact, I think, is the right decision. With that, my comments are done for now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Minor. I've got Commissioner Williams-Cox and then Commissioner Maddox up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have three quick things. First of all, we need more money. I don't know how we came up with the magic number of $1 million, but it is simply not enough. And I understand we don't want to go into projects that we've already approved, but we have an emergency here. We have a fire, and we can't set aside special water for certain fires. When there's a fire, we need all the water that is available. And at this point, we need to look at more water to pour on the fire that we have until we can bridge to the bridge to get money from the state and federal level. We know that everyone is not going to be able to get that, but we just need to be realistic that we need at least another $1 million to help these businesses. $2,500 is great, but that's only going to make the fire go down a little bit and it's going to restart. So I think that we really need to look at how we find more money to help these businesses stay afloat, because it was the small businesses that sustained us in the past, and we're not going to make it if we can't get these businesses to where they can become productive and help us do the things that we need to do in our community. Secondly, and I don't venture to tell you where it needs to come from. We need more hose. We need more water to put on this fire. Secondly, I don't like the idea of having very small businesses, entrepreneurs competing against folks with a $30,000 a month payroll. I think we need to have some type of levels to allow the small, the very small. Having been a consultant myself, being the only employee of my company, we need help. We need to help those individuals so that they can sustain themselves to be able to offer the services that many of us rely on. Everyone does not have the ability to have a small business that has 3 people in it. Sometimes you're the only one and you're the breadwinner. You're trying to keep your business afloat and you're trying to feed your family. So I would hope that we will look at a way to distribute whatever amount in an equal manner, doing it at some type of level, pulling out the sole proprietors and not having the sole proprietors compete against somebody with 15 employees, because that's an unfair fight. That's fighting with your hand behind your back. And lastly, I know we're talking about small businesses, but we've got to pay special attention to the minority and women-owned businesses as well. We cannot come up with a way to just give money to small businesses. We got to make sure that we include the small minority business and the small women-owned businesses in this as well. And my heart goes out to the nonprofit organizations. I don't know, don't have an answer there, but I'm listening and would love to hear creative ways that we can support this community, the nonprofit community as well, because they do employ people and provide services. Keep in mind, though, that nonprofits also receive funding from the city of Tallahassee. They probably receive funding from the county as well. So if we're not able to find money for them here to bridge them, we can look at opportunities at the city or at the county to help get them over this bridge or whatever, since everybody's using that term, to get to where they'll be able to get something more to help sustain themselves, since they have been spoken for in the federal dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. I've got Commissioner Maddox, followed by Commissioner Bryant.
Mr. Chair, one thing about going as far back as I'm going is everything has been said. So I'll
believe me, we're only halfway through, so
yeah. So
don't feel the need to fill up 3 minutes.
through listening to the commissioners speak, I think I most align myself with what Commissioner Richardson had to say. I do like the piece that Mayor Daley threw in about nonprofits, but as Commissioner William Cox said, nonprofits can receive help from the city and county. As well as, if we look at the large part of the stimulus package that we're talking about from the federal government, how much is going to aid nonprofits, there's some relief there too. Just to echo just the piece that I thought that Commissioner Richardson said that I think we have to be very careful about here. I know that when we put this 12 million, this economic development piece on the ballot for sales tax dollars, we didn't really understand. Well, I think we did understand about what the community wanted to do with it. The community took a vote on what they wanted to do with it, and that's what they're expecting us to do with it. And so if we move in another direction, I do think if the community may come back at us and look to say, well, is there a bit of bait and switch involved here, or what were you thinking? You would hope that they will understand the dire need that we are in right now as not only just a city, a county, state, but also as a nation when it comes to our economic development situation and what small businesses are going through right now. But there are some that will still look at you and say, we voted for specific things. We still suspect those specific things to be done with that pot of money. And so I think we have to be careful there. I like what staff has done here as far as the stimulus package is concerned. The amount, that $2,500, it does seem a little low, but I understand the need there to try to spread around to as many businesses as we possibly can. This is a very hard thing to try to get through. It's a very complex thing to try to plan for. But I think we have to be first and foremost concerned with what the voters put this money in place for and ask us to do with this money. But secondly, how can we as all commissioners said, maximize the potential of the $1 million that we're talking about to help as many businesses as we can, but not only help them, but help them in a way that, as Commissioner Williams-Cox says, helps put out the fire, not just maybe put out a piece of it. And so, Mr. Chair, I look forward to seeing what motion comes out of this, but I do appreciate staff's effort in trying to put something forth for us to be the bridge to the bridge here as we move deeper and deeper into this coronavirus crisis that we have going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. So I've got Commissioner Bryant, followed by Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Bryant.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I have several questions. Let me start with, make sure I understood that it says must have at least one employee. Have we settled that such that you don't need one employee or not? Or is that still a criteria?
Ben, you want to answer that? The question was having one employee. I think the question would be is if you're sole proprietor, you are one employee.
Yes,
right?
you are able to qualify as one employee.
So is that your question, Commissioner Bryant?
Yes, I just wanted to verify that. Very good. The second thing is for utility accounts, having an active utility account. Let me just give an example of how this might not work as we're projecting. My current business is housed with another business who's really the business that's paying utilities. or at least has the appearance thereof, we all share in the payment. So if we went on the utility records, it would not show that I actually have paid the city of Tallahassee utilities. So is that the intent, or is it that someone could show that they actually made payments to someone else who in fact paid utilities? I'm very concerned about that because small businesses many times come together under one roof.
Okay, Ben, you want to take, my gut is the intent is that you can show if you don't have a utility account and you have some other ways of proving that, but I don't speak for you, Ben, yeah.
That's it. We want to show that prior to the COVID-19 issue, which is what the grant is focused on, that you were a going concern and a going business in good standing with your utility provider, whoever that may be. That's the objective of the language.
Yeah, no, does that answer your question, Commissioner Bryant?
Not really, because the note says have an active utility account. I don't have an account in my name.
So my gut is they would say, are you making payments to somebody else and can you prove it?
Right.
It would be I think there's a reasonableness test here, and I think it's to get something together. Good question, though.
Yeah, and we would be flexible within the interpretation.
Yeah.
There would be some utilities, we would find a way to ascertain where it was.
Right.
And that it was current.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Bryant?
That answer that question.
Thank you. Okay.
Let me move on to faith-based organizations. Where do they qualify in this process? Or can they?
Where does a faith-based organization qualify, or can they?
So this is something that we've been looking at. In terms of the initial legal analysis and review done and reviewing, and Susan Dawson is here to speak to this further. I'll just sort of set it up, if you will. And in accordance with the Florida Constitution, we do not believe that the faith-based institutions are able to qualify for this grant. And Susan,
there is a provision of the Florida Constitution, specifically Article 1, Section 3, and it's called the No Aid provision. And specifically, it states that no revenue of the state or any political subdivision or agency thereof shall ever be taken from the public treasury directly or indirectly in aid of any church, sect, or religious denomination, or aid in any sectarian institution. So I believe that we're prohibited from directly providing this grant program to a church.
So do you hear that, Commissioner Bryant? Basically, that it sounds statutorily we cannot use sales tax dollars.
Constitutionally.
Okay, Florida Constitution prohibits it.
Okay, well, I'll delve into that a little bit later. We do support faith-based organizations, maybe not with these funds, but the other funds that we provide from the city and county, I think. But I'll get back to that. But the next comment is I definitely support our nonprofits. I don't know how we get them in the mix other than through the federal funding. There must be a way. And to follow up on Commissioner Richardson's comment regarding getting information out, and I do understand we have probably maximized the various mediums to communicate that, but I just want to suggest that we get beyond just writing things down or putting it on social media. Somebody will really have to get out and go meet with some people, especially very small businesses who probably have no idea that funds are even available through the feds or through us, such that they can sit down with them and actually help them complete the application, which is now a part of the prerequisites in order to even access the dollars. So I hope we will add that to our list of communication mediums for very small, one-person businesses that could benefit from what's being offered. both on the federal side as well as our funds. I do support the $1 million that we have now set aside for our program. However, I do think that we need to increase that, maybe not out of blueprint dollars, but maybe we can, in a collaborative effort between city and the county, and if there is any of the OEV dollars on a smaller scale, to actually support providing additional funds outside of the $1 million. The tiered approach that Commissioner Williams-Cox shared may be a way that we can ensure that everyone's possible needs are met at the level of need rather than just in general, which is, I think, what Commissioner Minor may have spoken about also. I think that's it for now for me.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Bryan. I've got Commissioner Proctor, followed by Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner Proctor. All right, Commissioner Matlow, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, and then I'll have, after that, Commissioner Dozier, just in queue. Thanks.
Great. Yeah, thank you. I want to kind of reflect on a lot of things that were said. I concur with everybody who said we got to do more. I think, $1 million, we'll get a headline, but there's a lot of businesses in town that are struggling and they really need a lifeline. I think we have the resources to do it. The mayor proposed some resources. I think we could look at having the city or the county advance fund OEB so we can keep businesses open. I think we can't lose sight of what we do today. Our end goal has to be making sure businesses don't close. For every businesses that close, that's less money that OEB is going to have. For every hospitality business, for every live theater business, for every hair salon, those are all tax collecting businesses that fund what we do. And each one that goes under, it's going to take years for them to be reestablished. So I think we need to make sure we're making a big enough impact immediately, and the need is very immediate. I'm sitting in my restaurant, and I will say, just on the front end, we're not going to apply for any local funding just to avoid a conflict of interest, but we need to advocate for these small businesses. There's thousands and thousands of restaurant chairs all across our city that are empty. I personally have laid off a dozen employees, a dozen more are having their hours cut, and we're just doing the best we can to borrow money, to find money, to keep them to have enough money to pay their bills. So I think it's important when we have the broader conversation about future projects and those sorts of things, what we're planning 10 years down the line. In 6 months, we'll have time to know how much money we have and how we want to address that. But there's not a small business in America right now that's thinking further out than 2 to 3 months. And we need to make sure we step up and help them get there, or else we're going to lose so many thousands of jobs that we're not even going to have the money to fund those advanced projects. So I think we need to push it to a level that makes sense. I agree with Commissioner Minor that $2,500 isn't enough. You look at a standard, somebody who's renting a 1,500 square foot shop, retail, restaurant, by the time they pay 1 month of rent, 1 month of utilities, insurance, whatever the standard overhead is, it's probably $4,000 or $5,000. So I think $5,000 would be enough money for them to say, okay, we can apply for federal resources to help us with our payroll, or at least knowing, especially with mandated shuts coming, a lot of people had to shut their doors, and we don't know if their rent's going to need to be collected. To just say, you're going to be okay for this month. We know we can't solve the whole solution today, but we can get people to the next month as the new stimulus has come out, and I think we can do more. So I think we should look at increasing the amount that people are eligible to be $5,000. And I do think we can tier it, as Commissioner Williams-Cox said, maybe we have a lower tier for people who have a lower need. Maybe that is $2,500. I agree with the mayor's comments about utility relief, especially for laid off employees, whatever the funding source is. Let's find it. I think that's absolutely needed. One thing I'm getting every day is I don't know how I got laid off. I don't know how I'm going to pay my rent. I don't know how I'm going to pay my utilities. And it's immediate. We can tell them that, we're going to defer it for 60 days, but if they don't have a job, then they're just going to have 2 months worth of stacked up utility bills to pay. So any relief we can provide there immediately, I think goes a long way. The only other concern I have with the loan or the grant program is tying it to applying for an SBA loan or applying for a Florida loan for different reasons. Different businesses have different needs. Some of them don't want to take on debt right now, especially any debt with interest. When you look at the Florida loan, that only gives you a year and then interest gets tacked on. That's got people scared, but they do want to meet their immediate need to pay their bills. I think they'll be more inclined to maybe apply for what's coming down the line, but to get money in people's hands right now, I don't think we necessarily need to make them take on debt at the same time. We do want to see them survive. We do want to make sure that they stay in business 45 days or more. I mean, at the end of the day, we want you to have the money, but we want you to stay in business. We want you to keep your people employed. I do think the utility requirement maybe complicates things a little too much. I know there's businesses out there that maybe pay their bill late, but they've been doing it for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and I think they can keep trucking along. They're creating jobs. They're paying themselves bills. Each job we lose, that's less tax revenue. Each business we lose, that's less tax revenue. And when we look at local businesses, there's a multiplier here. That every time you spend $1 locally, those employees, they then spend it locally. So it's 2, 3, 4 pennies for every penny that we lost. I think we just need to be really focused on making sure what we do works, making sure it's not window dressing, and making sure it gives people a real shot to stay in business. I think whatever we do today should be the first round. I think, we should address this in a week or two. I do think there's opportunity locally to provide zero interest, longer term loans, 34 years, up to $25,000 to help people with that need to cover their payroll immediately. A lot of people can take on a longer term loan. They can't take on a 1-year loan, or they might not be interested in taking on a 30-year loan and also paying interest. But they're interested in saving their businesses, and I think we should be interested, and we should act in the same urgency, act in the same fiscal prudence as every business has to, making sure we're directing resources directly to where they need it. We're putting it all on the table, because I tell you, every business in town is putting it all on the table right now. We should do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. I've got Commissioner Dozier, and then I'll circle back to Commissioner Proctor if he's in the room. Commissioner Dozier. Commissioner Dozier. Can you guys unmute Commissioner Dozier? Okay,
Yes,
I can hear you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's fine.
So great conversation so far. I appreciate a lot of the overlap we've got in some of the issues that we're talking about, and you all have raised some great ones that I had not thought about. So first, to our OEV staff, the whole team, fantastic job. I told the county administrator Friday evening, I was so excited to hear the governor announce the first 2 bridge loans awarded to people in our community, and I immediately knew it was because of SBDC, OEV, our partnership, and really jumping on this quickly. So that is fantastic, and I do understand why you want to look at those companies who are applying for those other state and federal programs. I also agree that there are other opportunities we might be able to create for those who don't qualify, but I think it should be noted that we can't solve every problem, and we need to leverage these dollars and bring more money back from the state and the feds. So I appreciate that for those who can qualify, and with that, I believe we're going to continue to provide assistance on applying for those programs, the existing ones and any new ones. And if there's any needs, I know this has been referenced by others, but to increase staffing, even on a temporary basis, to help with those, I think you're already looking at that. But I would add to that, and someone just mentioned this, I'm not sure who it was, but doing a person-to-person outreach, that we may have small businesses who've never applied for a government program, and then others who are really adept at doing that. So if we can get some person-to-person calls and other things, I know how busy you all are, and that's why I'm thinking about other staff that may be able to be reassigned, or even people who have been laid off on a temporary basis. So just starting there, I think we've got some good programs. With the budget overall, I guess I would be in the camp that any existing commitments that are already in progress, Project Juggernaut, others that are going to have a real impact on our community, we have already made those commitments and we need to stick with that. On the other hand, there are issues like the convention center that I don't think we necessarily need a motion today, Mr. Chair, to completely stop that project, but I don't think we need to execute an MOU until we learn some more. So I would love some advice from staff about how to stage this. I don't think we need to be making any more large dollar signing on the dotted line, as it were, commitments before we get a better analysis of where we're going to be with projected revenues and the impact. And with that, I would love to hear from staff if there's any ideas about our next meetings. I could see coming back to a meeting like this, which is working far better than I would have guessed, even with the little hiccups, so thank you for that. But coming back relatively soon to kind of unpack some of the questions that we've asked and then get into a full budget analysis. I'm just wondering if we have that option. And I'll mention just a couple other things, Mr. Chair, as the others have, and then I'll put myself back on mute and let the staff respond. So that's kind of just process pieces. As everybody knows, I do love a good process. But I think that's really necessary right now. For example, I love the conversation about the tiers. I had the same thought. And whether it's sole proprietor competing against a larger business, like Commissioner Williams Cox said, or just creating more tiers so we can be more flexible, I think that would be really good for us to consider. If we could bump today up to a $5,000 grant, I would be willing to do that. I think a little bit more could go a long way. Having said that, if we come back pretty soon and have another meeting, I'm willing to wait, but I want to be able to move quickly with these other options soon if we can, if we don't do it today. The other couple of things that are on my mind, I want to know a bit more about the loan review committee, just how that's going to work. That could come out in a staff email, which would be fine. And I guess I have to say this is a unique space where we may not, particularly from the county, normally talk about utility bills so much. That is a city decision. If there's any provisions, I'm appreciative of what you've already done in the past couple weeks. But when I look at this and staff analysis of $2,500, $1,500 could go to a utility bill for a commercial property, I'm a Tallahassee resident. We've got a city-owned utility, and I'm just wondering if there's any other programs in the works from the city side. A lot of the other city and county have talked about other revenue needs, being met by city and county. I really want to know if there's other options for the utilities that will be considered in the future by the city, because if we can take a little pressure off, this money could go to mortgage payments and other things like that. So those are the highlights I've got. Tiers, 5,000, quickly coming back to a meeting to look at some of these issues in utility bills. The last thing, Mr. Chair, that I want to mention right now is there's been, the nonprofits. So like I asked when Sarah was on, I think there is a need for operational dollars. Our small business, our not-for-profit businesses, yes, you've got me there. And they are doing a tremendous amount with the money they have for programs, but we all know that those operational dollars aren't always attached, don't always have the flexibility with the program dollars. So for lack of any other opportunity right now to talk in a sunshine meeting, I would like to see some consistency and a unified approach through CHSP to perhaps waive some of the restrictions on those dollars, perhaps extend those allocations for longer. I don't know how that looks, but I think whether it's arts and culture, events, or CHSP, or grant recipients from OEV, we need to relax some of the benchmarks. We need to give some flexibility in that funding. And if that is a way to help nonprofits, that would be great. However, I do think we're going to need to do more, and I'd be open to contemplating that through OEV or city and county. I think that's it for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dozier. Ben, you want to respond to some of that?
Very quickly, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, a couple of things. Going to go brief. Commissioner Dozier, the leveraging of dollars and the assistance of applying, know that your OED team is absolutely focused upon that. We have tremendous resources to do it, both internal to the organization as well with our ecosystem partners, and we're already having those discussions. Next meeting, wanted to get input on when the next meeting could be. Remind the board that we've got a budget workshop on May 21st, so that definitely is the next meeting. And we're absolutely open as things evolve and upon working with the IMC and the chairman. If something were to come up even before then and after this program, we're open to that, but no later than May 21st. Loan review.
Forgive me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Forgive me. Ben, I appreciate that. We can circle back to this, but I don't think we can wait till May 21st.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on
that. So
that
is my point. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just weigh in real briefly. I'm waiting to put my comments in. Frankly, this is pretty fluid, and I would anticipate in the next 2 or 3 weeks we do another version of this just to check up and see how we're doing. Maybe so.
The proposal, just throw it out there, Mr. Chairman, will do, of course, whatever. The proposal is for 30 days with this program. That would be a logical point as well.
Okay.
To check in, give you details on how it's performed and what's evolved and what's emerged. So,
okay.
Understood.
All right.
And then the last point is there was reference to a loan review committee, and I just want to give the IA board the confidence. We had looked at a concept initially. There will be no committee. What we're going to be doing is tomorrow morning in this room, training staff to be able to process those applications, approve them, and expedite them towards payment, so that we can meet that from the time you apply to the time it's processed and approved, and hopefully you receive your electronic fund transfer as a 3 to 5 day window. Speed being of the essence.
Thank you.
So, train staff, but that's the final thing.
Okay. All right, I've got Commissioner Proctor and then followed by Commissioner Jackson. Commissioner Proctor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, commissioners. This has been great conversation that's occurred. I have several points, Mr. Chairman, as other commissioners have made. The first question is, we don't know really when this virus is scheduled to leave America, to leave Tallahassee. And we really don't know if we're going to outweigh the virus, or if the virus can outweigh the treasures of America, or Leon County, the state of Florida. We don't know. And I believe that the county administrator shared some great thoughts with me earlier in the week, and he indicated a phasing approach, which I like, and I think that I heard a part of the comments shared. Something like this first 2 month response, what we're doing, we got $1 million. Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox suggested that we need to put another $1 million on the table. I support that, because I'm thinking that we're going to need a phase 2, and possibly by the time we get to month 6, we might even need a phase 3. That's very important stuff if we're going to walk with folks. With respect to our next meeting being on the 21st, I think that when the mayor made this pitch to us as leadership, that this category of conversation, this category of funding, all things COVID-19 are not set in the tradition of our regular calendar. So it was my thought that the mayor and our chairman will be guiding and processing COVID-19 response on an ad hoc, as needed basis to expedite our stimulus to the community. So I just want to say that that's where I am with respect to COVID-19 stimulus. Anything, it should work independent of our structured and scheduled meetings. Commissioners, I think that what I heard from Washington today was that our federal government is willing to leave behind and has not sent money for communities with 500,000 or less. There's no major relief. That's what I heard. And that right there jumped off and just straight irritated me. I don't even know if that are we Americans. The American dollar can't come to our community. And I don't understand why we have the same virus as other places in Tallahassee, but the fact that we ain't got 500,000 people disqualifies us from receiving some money is crazy. We need to, first of all, get a response and a rebuttal to why and what makes it okay for us to have corona impacts and have people sick and dying in Tallahassee, and we ain't big enough to get money, but we living enough to die. Something is wrong with that. Did you all not hear that? I would like a part of whatever the motion is going to be made is that we gotta buckle in and get some of this first phase of the $2 trillion, $2 trillion, and we ain't big enough to get none. Something wrong. Additionally, commissioners, with respect to the mayor has tried to elongate and to add other dimensions to our conversation today, which I'm okay with. We're in an emergency situation. We have to keep thinking. This is going to be somewhat, at times, spontaneous. But I thought and would like to hear back from the mayor with respect to other ideas which you think can complement our aiding our community. I don't know how long we're going to stand in the trench and have to just do what we're trying to do off of stimulus. But in that regard, consistent with the creativity that's being, I think that another $1 million should be scheduled in another 2 months, and we see how it goes. And we need to add another. So what I did, I went back in preparing for the meeting today into my notes around this particular penny because I wanted to make sure that this precedent that we're doing, when I went back into my notes about this particular penny, I went back to January 17th of 2014. Commissioner Richardson and Mr. Evans was on that front page, and but it was Kim Rivers whose comments in response to whether we would set aside 12% or 10% for economic development. And as we were talking about leaving 10% and going to 12% for economic development, we had to bring the price tag down on some projects, which meant that the Madison Mile was held sacred and it did not have to give up anything off the $20 million that we would increase from 10 to 12%. But what Mrs. Rivers said is the very thought which, impregnated the flexibility of what we're doing. But Kim Rivers said in January 2014 about this economic development money, that's been the struggle with this notion of economic development and allocating dollars for the future. Skip. It's the nature of the beast. There has to be some flexibility and ability to bob and weave as the economy shifts and the community's needs shift. Indeed, the economy has shifted and the community's needs have also shifted. That's why, Commissioner Diane, Williams is absolutely correct. I thus have no problem in looking at that $85 million set aside on this 12% and taking another couple of $3 million to help sustain, because Kim Rivers was right then, and what she said has come to fruition now. This is also why I have asked the city today, to city commissioners in this conference, that you would walk with our community. And I have proposed a COVID-19 50-50 utility stimulus plan. Essentially, I'm asking the city commission, which you all received, which I sent out prior to the meeting here today, or during the meeting whenever it went out. And what I'm asking the city commission, our mayor, to give leadership for is that for the next 2 months, that the citizens who are utility residential customers and small business owners, small commercial customers, that we give a 50% reduction in utility charges, and the strength and the capacity of the city based upon the city's utility reserves is strong enough to meet the offset of giving our community and all of the citizens in an equitable way, everybody. And I think that it touches what Commissioner Matlow was talking about as well, in terms of making sure we touch all parts. You will see that document a little bit later. Then finally, Mr. Chair and members, commissioners, I have asked you also today, because I talked with the leadership of Bond and neighborhood health centers, and they have sent a letter to me, Maddox, Lindley, Deloge, to the mayor, and I've sent it to you because I asked them yesterday, along with county staff, what's going on. Now, they are a 501c3, and they're not in the business of making money, for a profit. They're in the business of saving lives. I think that what they have said, and I view them as being the Tuskegee Airmen of our community in healthcare. And as they escort our hospitals, and as they provide escort service, in a sense, to our community health entities that make the medical system of North Florida, Tallahassee, is vital that we don't lose them. So I'm asking the county and the city to agenda them to hear what COVID-19 is doing. If we lose them, if their backs are pressed on the wall and they can't respond, not to just the business thingy and lay off workers, but the health crisis itself, the pure crisis. And so I'm asking your, in my letter to you, I'm asking your consideration of those 2 points. That being said, Mr. Chair, I'll wait for the next round of commenting.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. And almost last but not least, Commissioner Jackson out in Fort Braden.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. What can I say that hasn't been said? I do want to chime in. I don't know that this is the forum or the place to discuss it, but obviously 11% of our community is employed by nonprofit organizations. And at some point, we do need to consider them down the line, if not during this particular discussion, in separate discussions at the county and city level. I've seen firsthand this week the work that they do and the tireless efforts that are accompanied from those folks. And I can't say enough about how they've taken care of the most vulnerable in our community. And I'm especially appreciative more than ever about the work they do. I want to thank staff that this is incredible speed, incredible technology that we have been able to arrive at this point here today. In less than 7 days, we have been able to throw together a meeting, as well as provide extensive information from Blueprint and IA staff to get us all going in the right direction. I don't think that there's any perfect solution. I believe that this is a Band-Aid. I like Commissioner Williams-Cox her analogy, this is a Band-Aid on a very large wound. But I do believe that we need to take small steps and baby steps and acknowledge that the small businesses are the backbones in this community. As the son of two small business owners in Western Leon County who struggled, and I saw them struggle as a 13-year-old in 1981 and 1982, and any sort of stimulus or any sort of resources would have been helpful at that time. Obviously, $2,500 in 1981 and 82 was worth a lot more than it is today. But I do think that we need to have baby steps. And then I agree with the other comments regarding the frequency, or we will see how quickly things respond. I have already seen that things change from morning to evening as far as updates and as far as decisions that are made both locally, statewide, and nationally. And I'm sure you all would agree. We need to support these people that are hurting. We know that they're hurting with jobs. We know that they're going home to families that are feeling very uncertain, not only about jobs, but also about their children returning to school, what that involves. Some of them are even uncertain about traveling in our community. We have to make a step, and I think this is a step in the right direction. And couldn't agree with you more, Commissioner Lindley. You were fortunate enough to start off with your remarks. So I think that you hit the nail on the head by saying that this is a step in the right direction, and we can revisit amounts at some other point. Thank you so much for allowing me to chime in and give my 2 cents worth from out here, and I'll turn it over to you at this time, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Jackson. So let me thank everybody for their patience too. It's taken 2+ hours, and let me make a few comments, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand it off to Reese, Vince, and Ben to make a few comments and in some of the questions they heard if they feel the need to, and then I'm going to go back through and we can start talking about if we want to start entertaining motions and stuff. So just from my perspective, and I appreciate, again, all your patience. I know this is a clunky process, and we're trying to learn as we go. I feel pretty strongly, there's been a couple of conversations, and I get it, that let's start pushing projects off, or let's start trying to figure out how to pay, pull money in from other places. I feel pretty strongly we kind of keep our position where we are now. Commissioner Dozier makes a good comment about late May is too late. I would argue maybe 30 days might be too late, that we might want to entertain potentially having another one of these conversations in 2 weeks. But, we can talk about that, and I'm not going to land on that specifically. This is a very fluid process. In other words, the rules are going to be changing every day. Commissioner Proctor makes a great point about what we think is in the federal program. I don't know that anybody can really say that with any specificity. I mean, Sarah gave us a kind of a rundown. I would think my feeling is we've got a proposal, as Commissioner Jackson pointed out, that's after 7 days of work, put it together. If we start, and I could get there eventually on more money, possibly, but today I feel pretty strongly, let's deal with the hand we've been dealt and figure out how fast, if we can get money in people's hands in 3 to 5 days. I think staff here is loud and clear. Nonprofits, the faith-based piece, as was pointed out, is a potential roadblock, and we might have to deal with that separately. We're in a unique position. We're in kind of uncharted air. Nobody else in the country, from a local government standpoint, has money like this that they have access to. There are people doing programs. I think we're in kind of a neat spot. And I really feel like until we know what the federal program specifically is going to do, this is a catalyst. Gets us through the next 2, 3, 4 weeks, gives people a little bit of breathing room. We're not the federal government. We can't be everything to everybody. We're not going to be a bank either. I would really have problems about us making loans. I'm not in the business of trying to determine who is and who is not eligible for loans. A grant is quick, it's easy, it's fast, and as long as we have some parameters that we're all comfortable with, and the utility question Commissioner Bryant brought up, that's a good point. There may be people sharing utilities. And frankly, in my opinion, speed is of the essence, and this is critical that we walk out of here, in my opinion, with some type of decision today so that we can drop the hammer and start moving. I'm really not anxious to start looking at other ways of doing this. That's one man's opinion. I'm going to ask Reese from a utility standpoint, then Vince if he needs to, and then Ben. And then I'm going to go back in and we'll start bringing up commissioners for comments and we'll take motions at that point. So Reese, do you want to address maybe what the discussions have been relative to utilities?
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I'd come back to your comment, which I think I heard the theme of speed, nimbleness, agility, those kind of things to complement what might otherwise be happening. And you will recall when we initially had this discussion about our community, that we announced, the city announced, that we would suspend the disconnection of utility accounts for 60 days. We knew that would be a pressure point. We wanted to take that off the table. I will tell you, I got confirmation yesterday that every municipal utility in the state, every private utility in the state followed suit. We were the first to do it. They followed that model, exactly that model. And we have since been putting more structure to that. What's that mean? So obviously, if we don't disconnect you for non-payment, we're of course encouraging customers that can continue to pay. What do you do about that bill? So we're working on that. I feel like we will have a good solution. It will look something like move that bill out past summer. That's our largest bills. I think that stands to reason. Most of us understand that. Move it out past summer and then create somewhat of a payment plan so that it's not a balloon payment. I think we will again be the first in the state to do something of this nature. I would like to provide a little clarity of when we talk about utilities, I think generally we're referring to electric utilities. It was mentioned earlier, I think, by the mayor that the average bill was somewhere just above $200 a month. For city utilities, about half of that's electric. In fact, a little less than half that's electric. It also includes solid waste and water and sewer and a long list of utility services. And so we're very mindful that we're not the only utility provider in the community. In fact, we know from an electric point of view, Talcon serves 25,000 households and businesses. So it's a significant amount, and we want to make sure whatever is done is fair to the entire community. So we've kind of been mindful of that respect. There's been discussion, I think I need to put this out there because we need to work within the legal framework that we have. We faced this challenge in the past from an electric utility point of view of what dollars can you use and how can you use them. The electric utility does have a portion of the reserves that's considered for rate stabilization, and it's a very good tool to have, but that rate stabilization tool has to be used uniformly across all of your customer base. You can't pick customers or classes of customers or individual customers and target those dollars. That's in violation of state law that we're regulated by the Florida Public Service Commission. The way we have dealt with that in the past, not on this scale, but the way we've dealt with that in the past is to get dollars outside of the enterprise. So if it was the city or the county or OEB or the state, if you took dollars from a different source, then you could apply them to that bill. In fact, it happens every day where we have agencies, Capital Area Action Agency, for example, on a micro scale, provides payment for utility bills. So that's kind of the structure. We have to live within that structure. And I think the target, even what we have in front of us today about small businesses is very targeted because we realize the impact, but we want to make sure the dollars go to the right place. I don't believe an implementation of an across-the-board change in utility bills, whether it's for us or other utility providers, meets the need, but we want to go straight to those that need the help. So we would do it outside the enterprise and work within. So hopefully that gives a little idea of the framework we're working in, but I do believe, as I mentioned, to come back to what I said earlier, we deferred, any pressure point for the next 60 days. If it's a residential customer or a small business having trouble paying their bill because of the COVID-19, you don't have to worry. We're working on a solution so that if you have that bill and you're saying, hey, I'm not going to get out from under this circumstance for 3 months, I thought, obviously, I think Commissioner Proctor made a good point. We don't know, but I think we all are of the hope that it is months, not many, many months and not years. And so we're working under that framework. Can I get that bill, that amount deferred past my time period of this crisis, as well as my summer months, which tend to be higher bill, and then spread that out over time so it's not overly burdensome either to the business or support the residential customers. Mr. Chairman, I hope that provides a little clarity.
Perfect. No, thanks, Reed. Vince, you want to weigh in? Anything? Comments?
Just a couple thoughts relative to the time of our next meeting, Mr. Chair. We just recommend that we need at least 3, maybe 4 weeks, just to know not only our program, but the federal dollars and the state dollars, how those are coming down, what the gaps are, so we'd be in a position to really give you good recommendations, that sort of thing. We'll work with the chair, and whatever obviously whatever the commission wants to do, we'll do that. In terms of some of the other programs that we were talking about, I had something, and it appears that it's gone. So, but again, the timeline was the main one that I wanted to just
Okay. All right. Ben, you want anything you want to weigh in on?
I remember what it was. I'm sorry. In terms of resources available at OEV, just so everyone's clear, we only have three months of basically of receipts. Those revenues could potentially be bonded to do something bigger than that. That would take a minimum a month to set up. So again, it's not quite as expeditious. And certainly I've heard some reference toward loaning dollars for cash flow purposes. And of course, city and county, we could do something like that. But I just wanted to make reference to the cash flow issues at OEV are very limited. And this represents a very substantial proportion of those at this point. So that's all I have.
Okay.
Absolutely. The only thing that I would add, you've got a lot of material both to the public and to the commissioners on the call in terms of all that we've done. We're going to continue to be that hub and advocate, and based upon your action here today, acknowledging the timeline of when we'll come back to report to you next, but we are ready to go.
Okay.
So if we look forward to answering any more questions or engaging as you give that direction. So thank you.
All right. What I'm going to do now is go back through in kind of in random order. Seriously, I'm just kind of picking and choosing. And I'm going to ask this round if we can make a motion that works for most of us. I'd also be cognizant of the fact that speed is of the essence, and and there are a lot of good ideas out there about more money or different types of programs or areas, but I'm a little concerned about getting into something that, in 7 days, staff put together something that has some workability to it. I'd almost personally feel like let's vote what we've got with some add-ons if you want to, and then come back and add on if you want to and do a separate motion. But that's one man's opinion, and I'm editorializing a little bit. So, okay, so let's start. And what somebody famous said, the last shall be first. Commissioner Jackson, how about, would you like to weigh in? Commissioner Jackson.
Hey, I'm back on. I turned dollars and making a motion to that effect that would start people 400 different businesses and getting them that relief immediately. I think that's what we're looking at. We could delay it and go into all sorts of different scenarios, but I would certainly be interested in making a motion to approve that as recommended by staff.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Jackson. I'm going to run backwards coming back up just so you understand. So, and I, as chair, can second that, so I'll second that. So we've got it on the floor for discussion. I've got Commissioner Dozier up next.
Thank you, Mr.
Dozier.
Chair.
Thanks.
I'm here.
Okay, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. So, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I want to ask a couple of questions, and I'll pause in between.
Sure.
First, this question of when we come back, when we reconvene. Vince, you just said 3 to 4 weeks would be ideal to let us find out what's happening on the federal level and look at some of the other factors here. We know things are moving rapidly. I could get there with 3 weeks, and I would also like to see a city and county commission meeting happen before then, because if there are other strategies, like many of the commissioners have said, that we can implement at city and county, it would be good to know that before we came back in and talked about OEV blueprint dollars. So two-part question. Can we do it in 3 weeks as a check-in? And can we have, or is there any plans to have city and county commission meetings before that time?
You want to address that?
City's got one coming up.
You got a city commission coming?
April 8th.
So the city's got an April 8th scheduled meeting,
April 20th.
and we're on for April 20th, which is 28th. Okay. I mean, I tend to, I'm in a unique spot here as chair. I have tendency to think that maybe sooner would be better, but I would lean heavily on OEB and say, we want to get a daily report about how fast this is working and where the pitfalls are. And I mean, I think there's been a lot of data here about what are we doing with nonprofits, what are we doing with businesses that don't match this. I think we could spend the next 6 weeks probably making a perfect product, but let's not let perfect be the enemy of good. I think good and fast and money in people's hands, my opinion. But anyway, I hear you loud and clear on the meeting dates, Commissioner Dozier, and it sounds like though we don't want to commit to anything right now, but I think that staff's nodding their head, and I think we know what you're saying. Any other questions?
Yes, and forgive me, Mr. Chair, I'm going to lean in a little bit more. It's 5 or 6 weeks until April 28th. I am going to push hard here, and I can do it in other ways for a county commission meeting before the 28th. I really think we need to have a time to ask questions, hear from each other. A lot of us are thinking about what our constituents are telling us, what other businesses are telling us, and we have no opportunity but for a sunshine meeting to talk about these things. I can't tell you how appreciative I am for Vince Long, County Administrator, for others. The response rate has been amazing, and I know you're working 24/7, but we're a board of directors. We are an elected body. We need to be in the same room in order to ask these questions and to take actions and implement any other programs. So I do feel very, very strongly about that. If we can go back to the 14th or the 8th for the county, that would be great. But the reason why I'm leaning in here is that I feel very strongly we need a blueprint meeting in 3 weeks to look at this. I would also...
I think, Commissioner Dozier, can I address that real quick? I think, because I chair the board at the county as well, I think I can call a meeting for the same reason. Am I right? So, and I'll commit. I think, frankly, we should absolutely have a meeting within the next 30 days. In fact, if we could go back to that 14th date, I don't have a problem with that from a county perspective, okay? And then from a blueprint perspective, I'd say absolutely within 30 days. You have, I'm getting first week of May, okay, maybe April the 20th, as you're saying?
The sales tax receipt in
Right.
around April the 20th, which will help us be able to determine what our revenues
Okay.
are a little bit better. So, a couple of days to analyze that first week of May.
But what we might want to consider doing, because I hear you, Commissioner Dozier, that's a long way out. Maybe we have an informational, just a round robin so that everybody can get together and get an update as opposed to a full-blown meeting, because I think the problem, some of this is they're working Mach 5 and just preparing and stopping and putting a meeting together. But so the county, I'm fine having a meeting on the 14th if that's acceptable. And I would argue that we should have a meeting of this group within 30 days, even if it's just a perfunctory update type of thing. Does that?
That's fine. I just commit to the IA board, of course, through Vince and through Reese.
Communication.
We'll continue to have routine communications on how we're performing and what you're seeing, and reasonably.
Good question. Good questions, Commissioner Dozier. What else? I don't want to stymie you here.
Okay. Yeah. For this point, and for that interim meeting, Christina, I heard you on the sales tax revenue, but we've asked a lot of questions today. Commissioner Minor mentioned something about increasing the clawback provisions, things like that. I'm not sure if we're going to pack all of those things into a motion, but if you all can address some of those questions, if they don't come up in a motion in email in some other way, that would be great. But this is our only opportunity to make specific changes like that, and I think it's important. The next thing I wanted to just say is I would like to make a substitute motion. I don't think, well, comments from staff would be great, but I would like to make a substitute motion that we increase the rate to 5,000, even if that means we can't issue as many grants in 30 days. Again, this is part of the reason why I was suggesting we come back in 3 weeks or 2 weeks so that we can add more money with more analysis. But I would like to see a $5,000 mark for this grant, and I will make that motion.
Okay. All right. We've got a motion on the floor. And I heard a second. Was that Commissioner Matlow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And Commissioner
lastly,
Matlow, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I was just going to say, lastly, I want to see tiers. Commissioner Williams-Cox and others mentioned that. All of these different things. I mean, approving this program as it is right now, I think is the most expeditious thing. But if we can come back in a few weeks, and I'm going to sound like a broken record because the only way to get a tiered program is to reconvene and approve that program. So I think a lot of the other ideas that have been put on the table today are excellent, and we can't move forward without another meeting. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I've got Commissioner Matlow up.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
How many motions
And can I ask the other?
do we have on the table?
Can I ask some of the other members to mute their phone? I'm sorry. Yeah.
Commissioner Deloge, I'm just asking real quick, how many motions do we have on the table right now? We had the original motion of staff.
Original motion was staff's recommendation. We have substitute motion, which was to raise the level to $5,000 by Commissioner Lindley, and seconded by Commissioner Matlow.
By Commissioner Dozier.
That was Dozier.
Okay.
Dozier, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Dozier. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks for the clarification.
Okay. All right. So Commissioner Matlow.
Great. Yeah. Thank you. Happy to support. I think 5,000 is an accurate amount. If it's the will of the body to increase those initial grants and make it at a $2 million level today, just so we can get more money in the hands as quick as possible, I would support that. I also support coming back in a couple weeks, no matter what we do today, in 2 weeks, with a tiered structure or another $1 million for people who may have got left out. We may have some data in the next week of who got to apply and who didn't. And lastly, if there's a motion after this round to consider the utility relief and nonprofit relief that the mayor proposed earlier, I'd support that also. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Proctor.
Chairman, I believe we're going a good direction. I emphasize that because nobody knows how long this virus is going to stay with us, that we create some contingency thinking with respect to phasing phase 2, phase 3, which might even go out to 8 months or so. Commissioner Williams has allowed for us to recognize that there's nothing sacred about this money. If we've got money and people are suffering, and therefore $85 million is the pool that we're looking at, and right now we're talking about $2 million to be adaptive to the economic needs right now. And who knows that of that $85 million, the $2 million that we commit today might be worth well more than that 85 million combined. So this is a big moment. I'm appreciative for the thoughts and channeling of commissioners here today. And I also want to reiterate emphases that the relationship of who qualifies for this money is based on the relationship that businesses have with the city as utility. Now, it's not based on whether you're a member of a church, sorority. It's based on if you have a utility relationship. And in as much as we're using a utility relationship, I believe that we should look at others in this community who have a similar relationship. And those are those persons who are called residential customers. They have a relationship, a long relationship. And based on that, I would hope that there are at least three city commissioners who recognize that there's a broader stream than just those who are business persons and there's an opportunity with money, Mr. Gold, in your coffers, old money that's been there, that we can give a 50-50 presentation, cutting their utility bills in half. However y'all cut that thing, I don't know all of that. I'm not a city commissioner, but the relief of and we have some of the most challenged zip codes. Before we even came into this depression, people in certain zip codes in our community was living in a depression, and there's a lot that's that we're with open minds and hearts we can do. I'll also emphasize, commissioners, that we need very much to fight these standards, which Washington shared with us, Sarah shared with us, as being a basis of which local governments is going to qualify for certain, receiving certain monies, and that we have been classed out of the running for federal money. Let's keep our eye on that and fight the good fight. That said, I want to also reemphasize, and I want to ask the mayor if he would reduce to writing and put some on a sheet of paper, that we might see his vision that he was articulating earlier. And I'm just curious, and I want to see that. I want to thank him for additional ideas. And if Commissioner Cox Williams has thoughts, I want to see that too. If y'all put some in a sheet of paper, then we ain't got to wait till we get to a meeting and we can weigh this stuff. So I'm appreciative and supportive of the substitute motion, and I think that this is a positive step that can be respected.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, we got getting flagged by the county administrator.
Just in the interest of helping and trying to facilitate and listening to some of the concerns that have been raised and the issues that have been raised by commissioners. Obviously, the addition of the 1 million, we can set that aside and we can talk about that from a cash flow standpoint. But just if for your consideration, if you kept it to the $1 million and you wanted to tier it, for the purpose of being able to effectuate this quickly under the current proposal, we anticipated that the commissioners might want to see a tiered approach. With the $1 million, we can accomplish both a tiered approach and raising it to $5,000 if we went with something like this. If 1 to 10 employees, $1,500, 11 to 24, $2,500, 25 to 50, 5,000. With $1 million, that allows us to do, instead of 400 at $2,500, it allows us to do anywhere from 200 to 300 grants. And I just throw that out in the interest of trying to help facilitate. Again, should the board wish to do more, we can certainly have that conversation as well, but that's just within the existing parameters, raising it to 5,000 and tiering it.
Okay, good. That's helpful, because I know y'all were all doing the math in your head if we did tier it, right? Commissioner Bryant.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, on point here, I need to clarify, when I was talking about tiers, I was thinking about Commissioner Williams Cox's comment that a sole proprietor didn't need to be in competition with a business that has 40 employees. So different categories is what was in my mind, not different tiers of the amount of money. A business with 5 people could need $5,000 as much as a business with 40. So I very much appreciate that, Vince, but I just wanted to clarify, when I said tiers, I was responding to the other suggestion, not a tiered amount. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Bryant.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am certainly in favor of the $5,000. I want to put that on the table first. I do believe we need a tiered approach, but from both angles. What Commissioner Williams Cox put on the table, I think it needs to be integrated with number of people, and because I think it's correct for us to think through the fact that tiered is just not singularly focused. So I think that we need to do that. What I don't want is that we get 2 weeks down the road and some money could have gone out and we're still at zero. So I think the whole idea of getting back within 2 weeks or as soon as we can work it out. It might be 1 week if we come back with the plans, as Ben said, that they've already started that analysis, and see how we can not only do the 5,000, but increase the 2 million, and see if that holistically can be done expeditiously. So I hope we can do that and move ahead today to embrace the tiered approach, increase the amount from 2,500 to the 5,000, and hopefully include the tiered approach that we're all talking about. And the only other thing that has nothing to do with the motion, but I have to go back to it because I am so fearful that there will be small businesses that still will be left out because of a lack of information. Not because it's not available, but because they don't even know how to access it. So I want to suggest that the 3 chambers actually become, and if they already are, great, become a part of this process to get information out, whether it's door to door, calls, whatever it is, in order that everyone is informed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good comments. Thank you, Commissioner Bryant. I've got Commissioner Maddox, and then I'll go to Williams-Cox. Commissioner Maddox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Commissioner Bryant, I mean, everybody said everything I wanted to say. I could be okay with the substitute motion. The 5,000 is a good number. I said it earlier. 2,500 is kind of hard to deal with, hard to do anything with. Commissioner Bryant said something that I want to echo in that last piece, and that a lot of businesses are going to want to do this, but not know the right direction to move in to do it, as well as looking at also the federal programs, as well as much information and help we can get out there to help those businesses that are suffering, that just simply don't know how to access these funds, access this relief, the better off we can be. So I think Commissioner Dozier may have said it earlier when she said something to the effect of, if we need to add staff in order to achieve those things, I wouldn't mind doing it, because I mean, it makes no sense to place all these things in place and then, you know, the businesses not have enough know-how to go get them. So those are my comments. But I can support the substitute motion. I could get to the $2 million amount as well if that's the direction that we want to move in. Again, I want us to be very careful as to how we proceed, making sure that we honor any commitments that we have made that were promised to the voters that were on the ballot. And so, Mr. Chair, those are my comments, and I look forward to the rest of the discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you everyone for embracing the ideal of doing a tiered or level approach. I appreciate all that has been said. We came to this conversation with $1 million at $2,500 a piece to affect 400 companies. Now we're increasing the amount to 5,000, and we're going to have we may have greater impact on individual companies, but we're having fewer companies. So we don't have enough peanut butter to spread over the whole piece of bread. We're spreading it. We're not taking it to the edges. And I think that if we really go ahead and make a consideration to sweeten the pot with another $1 million, we can then do what we need to do and have the $5,000 type of impact and not reduce the number of companies to get there. Now, all of this money right now, we have not collected it all. We are anticipating collecting, but if we don't get these people working again, we're not going to have any to collect. So I want us to go to the $2 million. I think we just need to be bold. We need to be big, and we just need to go ahead and do it. We don't know where any of this other money is coming from. All of these have been projections. So if we can project $20 million and another $20 million, make $40 million for a convention center that we don't have yet, we ought to be able to find $2 measly million to impact more organizations at a $5,000 level. So that's where I am. That's what I'm fighting for. If I can't have it, then I'll settle. But in the next few weeks, when we get back together, I'm going to still be singing this same song. So I'm asking you all now to come with me, walk with me, be bold with me. $2 million, $5,000 for companies that apply, and do it on a tiered basis, so that we don't have small minority and women-owned businesses competing with the bigger small companies. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. And listen, I like jelly with my peanut butter too, just saying. And how about Commissioner Minor and then Commissioner Richardson? Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, would you mind, just for the sake of clarity, restating the substitute motion that's been seconded?
As I understand it, the substitute motion made by Commissioner Dozier, seconded by Commissioner Matlow, was to take the $1 million that we currently have set aside and raise the level to $5,000. Now, there was a lot of talk about tiering it. I didn't hear that in her original motion, but she said raise it to $5,000 instead of the $2,500.
Okay, thank you very much. That's what I thought.
And I don't want to speak out of turn. That's my understanding. Commissioner Dozier, is that the way you had phrased that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was to increase the amount to $5,000 for the current grant proposal, that structure, but come back in a few weeks. That wasn't part of the motion. We had a lot of discussion about that, but come back in a few weeks so we could do more and look at some of these other options.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner Dozier. My concern continues to be that I believe that I support increasing the amount of the grant award. But my concern continues to be, and this is a strong one, that we are not using those taxpayer dollars as strategically as we could and should. I think you all know I used to run a mid-sized nonprofit. Our payroll alone, we had 27 employees. Our payroll per month alone was $70,000. It was a nonprofit, yes, but there are many businesses in this community that are of that size that have a similar payroll amount. $5,000, if this passes, is great, but it's not going to be enough to save my business from 1 month to the next while I await federal loan funding. It just won't. What I propose, and I hate to do this to you all about another substantive motion, but what I think we really need to do is add $1 million onto this so that we have a $2 million total funding amount for this, and then double the tier amounts that our county administrator spoke about a few minutes ago. So if you all were to agree with this, what we would do is we have a $2 million program for Cedar. The first tier would be 1 to 10 employees at $3,000. The second tier would be 11 to 25 employees at $5,000. And the third and final tier would be 25 to 50 employees, which would be $10,000. Based on my experience, based on the conversations I've had with the business community, this is the most strategic way for us to use taxpayer dollars to save the survival of many of these businesses. If we wait to tier this 3 weeks from now, I guarantee you there will be businesses that are 25 employees or more that are not going to be around when we meet again. I really do think that this is a better, more strategic allocation of our dollars. Yes, if we're here for another 30 minutes to straighten out this tier situation, so be it. I think by doing so, we're going to save dozens of businesses that are of that mid-sized level that need a more substantial amount of grant award to carry them over from 1 month to the other and to keep their employees on payroll. So I hate to do this substitute my motion, but my motion is to double the award, double the grant funding for $2 million and tier it as the county administrator described, but doubling the grant amounts for each of those 3 tiers.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that.
All right, hold on a second. Can we do a substitute to a substitute?
Yes.
No, I don't. I think we deal with the substitute and circle back. But I've got. Is that
Yeah, let me finish my comment. You know, again, based on my experience running a mid-sized nonprofit, based on my experience in talking with numerous businesses in this community, as many of you already have, I think this is the best way for us to use taxpayer dollars. The $5,000 across the board for any business that applies, yeah, that'll be helpful. But to someone with a 2-employee business, are they going to? The disparity between a large business getting $5,000 and a small business getting $5,000, in my mind, is not the best use of taxpayer dollars. That concludes my remarks, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Minor. I've got Commissioner Richardson, then the mayor, and then Commissioner Lindley. Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. I had to get to unmute.
That's all right. No, I appreciate it. Yeah.
Just a couple of things. I'm going to go back to the information dissemination and how this information gets out, whatever it looks like when we're done here today, how that information gets out to the businesses in this community. I remember when I first came to the city commission, and the CRA had been in operation for some time by then. But there were business people in this community that had no idea that the CRA existed, that funding was available, or how to go about applying for that funding. And so that's why I'm so adamant about us making sure that we get this information out, not only through the mechanisms that Ben talked about, but I even suggested at that point that it be a door-to-door kind of thing where we hand out information to businesses on a door-to-door basis in certain areas. So I'm insistent on that. It troubled me when Ben said that, well, as soon as you get your application in, we want to approve it and get the money on the street. Well, that's kind of a first come, first serve approach. And again, we may not have people who get this information in a timely manner to be among the first, to be served. And I don't want them, to show up last and be told that all the money has been disseminated or appropriated at that point. So that's my reason for insisting that we make sure we get this information out as quickly as possible to as many of our business people as possible by whatever means possible. I still want us to, and maybe when we come back for a subsequent meeting, address this issue of nonprofits. I'm not going to push for that today. Just know that it's got to be put on the table and that we address it sometime very soon, and how we can support our nonprofits that contribute so much to this community, not only economically, but in terms of course, the services that they provide. So I'll leave that at that. And then I don't want anybody to think that our electric utility is a cash cow that we can just raid at any time. The city manager has talked about some of the limitations on that, but I'm going to tell you all one that's important, very important, and I know that the city manager knows this. The treasurer clerk, if he was here, he would talk about it. Our electric utility reserve weighs heavily on the city's bond rating. And so if there's any talk of raiding that electric utility reserve, it could impact our bond rating, which, as all of us, I'm sure, know, impacts our borrowing ability. And in this volatile market that we're in now, I don't know that we want to take a chance on that and cause the market to think that we're considering a raid on our electric utility reserve. I am at this point in favor of going forward with the original motion of the $1,000. I like the tiering approach. I like adding the extra $1 million. I don't know that we can do that today. Maybe in a meeting in 2 weeks when we have staff bring us back something that we could consider. I don't want us to do it on the fly and possibly not get it right. But I agree with both of those concepts. And so with those issues, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to move forward, but I do support the motion that's the original motion that's on the table.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. I've got Mayor Daley and then Commissioner Lindley. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'm still here. There's been a lot talked about. Let me see if I can go through and also speak to a certain points. So let me get this straight. We have a substitute on the table, which is Commissioner Minor's motion for $2 million to the business fund in a tiered structure.
He hasn't gotten a second for that yet, Mr. Mayor. And I don't think substitute to a substitute is going to make sense. Let's deal with the.
He did get a second. Commissioner Proctor seconded.
Yeah, that's correct.
Can we do a substitute? Yeah, I don't think we can do a substitute to a substitute. My prerogative would be, let's deal with the current substitute, vote it up or down, and then circle back, depending on how it plays out.
So the current motion on the table is Commissioner Dozier's motion, which is for $1 million into a business relief fund, doubling the amount that could be given out at $2,000 in a tiered structure.
Effectively, the way I understand it, yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, couple things. Been a lot of talk about the utilities, and I agree with Reese, and I agree with Commissioner Richardson. What we need to remember is that the utility reserve is not a cash cow. It represents 3 months worth of operating in that heaven forbid situation. That's not like we're just taking money and putting it in the reserve. And so I would feel pretty strongly that we're not going to move in any direction on the utility reserve. Number two, Commissioner Proctor, you bring up some interesting ideas about providing utility relief to some individuals or businesses through a 50% reduction. That's illegal. We cannot provide utility relief to some people, and that's one of the reasons why I was proposing actually that we provide individual utility relief for everyone, because if you do that for 1 month, that's the equivalent of half of 1 month, half of another month. I disagree respectfully with staff with your interpretation about giving money to the faith base. And if we are, if that is the route that we're going, then we've been in violation for decades. I mean, we give money to Bethel Ready to Work. I can list the name of projects that the city and the county do support. So I think we need to take a close and very hard look at that. I will support the motion on the table, absolutely. But it goes back to my original point. Every single one of us has mentioned how important individual relief of people that have lost their jobs to COVID-19 and nonprofit relief is, but there's no other proposal out there. Mr. Chairman, I respectfully ask that after we take care of the motion dealing with the business community, I do want to make a motion, whether it passes or fails, for $1 million, specifically $750,000 for individual relief and $250,000 for nonprofit relief to be set up in a similar manner as what we're doing for the business community. So I look forward to supporting the motion on the table. Mr. Chairman, I ask that you come back to me when we're done with the business at hand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Lindley.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you fine where I am.
Yeah, thank you. One thing I want to say right off the bat is to thank Commissioner Matlow. He really is the one person in our group that is making a sacrifice because he has a small business, and because he's on this board looking out for the greater good, he cannot, I would assume, apply for one of these loans. So I appreciate that because that is, I'm sure, a worry and a big step. The other thing I just think we have to keep remembering is this, what I believe will be the first county in the state to do anything of this nature. We are a bridge to a bridge. The federal money, as we talked about something like 3 hours ago, is really going to be far more fundamentally important. So we aren't going to solve all the problems. We are not coming close. We all know that. I will support the substitute motion for $5,000 up to $5,000. I think that is right. I like very much the county administrator's approach that 1 to 10 employees, that would speak to the sole proprietors, as I understand it. So I think I would like to see that approach worked into this $5,000. Yes, Commissioner Williams-Cox is less, but we would have a serious cash flow problem if we try to add another $1 million today. That money hasn't flowed into OEV yet. We don't know exactly what will happen. I understand we don't want to make things worse, but I'm comfortable sticking with the $1 million, jumping to $5,000 instead of $2,500. I think the only way to make that really fair is to do that 3 tiers, and I would like to see us go ahead with that approach right now. As for the nonprofits, I think Commissioner Minor said there's some 2,000 of them here in our community. I'm sure most of them are suffering. Even with this 5,000 limit, we might address 200 to 300 businesses, 2,000 nonprofits. I mean, that's just another issue. I hope that they can be assisted with the utility approach that City Manager Goad was looking at. I would think that would be a great assistance to the nonprofits. We will have another meeting coming up soon. Let's talk about nonprofits then in more detail if possible. But I would like to do the $5,000 on $1 million, and with the sort of 3 steps that the county administrator suggested right now. And I think that'll be an easier way to spread around that $5,000 for the smaller, the mid-sized, and the larger. And above all, remember, we are doing a bridge to a bridge. We are not doing everything, but we are, I think, have a good plan here. So that's where I'd support, and I appreciate this conversation a lot.
Thank you, Commissioner Lindley. I'll weigh in real quick, and then what I'd like to do. So Commissioner Lindley is about exactly where I am. I think we've got an opportunity to do something today. Commissioner Dozier, I like the 5,000 if we can tier it out. I don't like doing 200 at 5. I think you limit what you've got. So if you've got, a lot of people have pointed out the onesie twosies. Commissioner Richardson, your communication piece is huge. We need to figure out as fast as we can get the word out to as many people as possible. And between all of us, the social media is probably enough to start it. But you're right, there needs to be the chambers on board, and we need to blast this out as fast as possible. I can support the $1 million we walked in today talking about with the $5,000 and tiered. I am fine calling another meeting in 2 to 3 weeks where we discuss a potential second $1 million and maybe get an update and maybe talk about where the nonprofits, but I want to take that as a separate thing. And Commissioner Daly, I'll come back to you after we dispose of this motion. I think what's being proposed as a substitute motion Commissioner Dozier made is prudent, it's appropriate, and I think it's got enough speed to it that we can actually start doing something in a pretty quick way. That having been said, I think the only thing I want to make sure before I start asking for a vote is Commissioner Dozier, I want to ask you about your tiering piece because you threw it out and then you changed tone. I want to make sure I don't misunderstand it. I think what the administrator pointed out is fairly simple. I've had businesses with 1 employee. I've had businesses with 25 employees. I've had businesses with 50 employees. And believe me, I could use any help anywhere, anytime in a situation like this. So I want to make sure the hairdresser who's a onesie-twosie and the small mom and pop that's 5 to 10 to 15, and I want to make sure the 25 to 50, that they're all somehow being taken into that. I think the tiered approach has got some simple elegance to it. But Commissioner Dozier, can you at least opine on what your version of tiered was?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to focus on the point about competition that Commissioner Williams-Cox made earlier, that if we had a assessment of businesses that were 1 to 10 employees, sorry, someone's sneaking up behind me there, startled me. That's what happens when you're doing this live from home. But I have coffee, so that's good. So if we had a competition of businesses, and Commissioner Richardson and others just made comments about this too, that larger businesses may be more skilled at accessing these programs. and have different resources. And so comparing apples to apples was, I thought, where Commissioner Williams Cox was going. So that was the first tiered. Maybe it would be better to look at that as categories of types of businesses. I'm willing to come back to that at our next meeting. I understand where the county administrator, where Vince, you're coming from with making this work within the $1 million. I guess the reason why I stopped short there, Mr. Chair, is that 1,500 seems very low. If we have a business with 5 employees that is renting a facility and has equipment and other things, they're going to have some of the same overhead costs that a business with 15 employees might have. So I could be willing to modify this if we can get to a $2,500 base and a $5,000 cap. Again, this may reduce the number, the 400 potential grants, but we're going to come back in just a few weeks so we can add to it. So this gets us started for a few weeks. So have I answered your question? And would a two-category approach, 25 and 500 work? I mean, 25,000 and 5,000. Yeah.
So 25. Your tiering is 2,500
yes.
and 5,000. Okay.
Yes. I could get there with a compromise. Yeah.
Okay. So that's the motion as it stood. Okay. All right. So let me go back. And here's what we're going to.
Mr. Chair, that was your suggestion that you could get there if we had a tiered approach like that. We need to check with the second. I'm saying I'm willing to get there at 25 and 5. However, that's not my motion right now. I think I was seeing some math happen there, so I want to hear a little bit more. I do believe $5,000 for a business with under 10 employees can help right now.
I would opine having, like I said, having a business, me versus 5 versus 50, $1,500 would be a lifesaver for me in some circumstances. 2,500 would be a big. 5,000 for a business the size of, some of the bigger ones is not going to be we're not going to be able to solve it for everybody. Vince, do you want to weigh in on where we're at as far as?
Sure. It just depends on what's on the floor. I mean, we can do the math. It just anywhere you tier this, obviously, it just makes the potential number of grants smaller. If we went to what Commissioner Dozier was just saying, 2,500 to 5,000, we could probably do 1 to 200 grants total. If we went with the three-tiered approach, 1,500 to 5,000, probably 200 to 300 grants. Quick math.
Commissioner Dozier, would you be willing to consider the 3 tiers, knowing we're coming back in 2 to 3 weeks to talk about where we're at, and is there more money we're going to run through this?
I have a count of 6 commissioners who said they were in favor of $5,000. So I would like to hear from my colleagues, because if we have a majority of 5,000 right now, I say we go for it. Because we do need to do more. We've all been talking about that. And I don't have enough information to tell me, I hear what you're saying anecdotally, but I don't have enough information to tell me that a business with 5 employees doesn't need $5,000 right now to keep them afloat. Last, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Minor made a great point early on. We're trying to keep businesses from laying off people or taking other steps so that they qualify for other loans and grants and things like that. So 5,000, if that helps keep someone afloat so they can take the next steps, I'm great with that. Again, I will modify it if a majority can't get there, but I'm good with 5,000 right now and coming back in 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, let me see if we can have some conversation about the tiering specific part, okay? Because I think that's where we're kind of getting lost here. Commissioner Jackson, you want to weigh in?
Mr. Chair.
I sure do. Commissioner Williams Cox, it's traditional for me to let you speak if you'd like to.
I'll wait until you're done.
Okay, yeah. Commissioner Deloge, one of the benefits of first, the second time around is that I get to hear everyone else speaking. And this time I would definitely be interested in the 5,000. We're talking about the same dollar amount. You're either helping more with less or less with more. It's fairly negligible. I think we're down to the point now where we want to talk about exactly how the tier approach would work. So I would like to withdraw the original motion because I've had the opportunity to listen to all of the other folks, and this will speed up our process to kind of dig into exactly what that tiered approach would look like. I want to stress that we want to, I've heard this several times, we want to make this happen as quickly as possible for people that need relief last week, not tomorrow. And I feel like that we have got to make a baby step and make a decision today that will benefit the most people possible. Secondly, again, we're in uncharted territories, and we are one of the only, we need to be proud of the work, one of the only municipalities, counties doing this groundbreaking work. So at this time, I'd like to withdraw the original motion in favor of the 5,000.
Okay, and then the tiering, do you have an opinion on the tiering? I know that's not your motion, but while I have you here.
The tiering approach that County Administrator mentioned would be what I would be in favor of in the interest of helping as many people as possible as quickly as possible.
Okay, Commissioner Williams-Cox, and I'm just going to do a quick round robin. Can we focus on the tiering part, and then we'll vote this up or down?
Absolutely. As the originator of the tiering process in this conversation, what I said when I mentioned that in the first place was that what I did not want was the size of the company to have a smaller company competing against a larger, small business. So what I had in mind was not the tiering by dollar amount, but by the tiering by size, so that we don't have all large, small businesses getting these funds. But we needed some sole proprietors. We need some mom and pops. We need to have a mixture of folks being able to access this. So what I was saying was, let's not have them all in the same pot. If we got $1 million and the appetite seems to be to stay with the $1 million, so I'll come back another time and try to get the other $1 million. But for now, let's set aside how many $5,000 opportunities we have for the sole proprietors, the mom and pops, and then the other smaller, the larger small businesses, so that we're not tiering by 1,500, 2,500, or 5,000. You're saying that we're going to have X amount of sole proprietors who have money set aside for that number of sole proprietors. So I'm saying by category of small was how I was envisioning the tiering to occur.
Okay, let's have some more conversation about the tiering specific.
That was my conversation about the tiering specific.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on it. So yours was tier at 5,000 for everybody, but make sure you spread it out among different size companies, if I understood correctly.
When we started, we were at 2,500, but I've moved to the 5,000. But the principle is still the same. We want to make sure that every category gets some.
Okay, I hear you. To Commissioner Richardson's comment earlier about communication and some people getting frozen out, my personal feeling is we run the risk of, that's 200 people, and so you pretty much just decided the pie is only at 200, so it will be a little bit of who's in the door first, regardless of how many smaller companies we try and help. So my personal feeling is the more the merrier, so if we could spread it out and into the administrator's tier.
I understand that, Mr. Chair, but as the person who brought it to the table, now I'm just giving you what my original intent was, and I understand what Commissioner Richardson is saying. It is also a concern of mine, but it's going to be incumbent upon us to make sure we go and help find these individuals and make sure that they know, because we represent them and they're counting on us to let them know. So we need to do our parts to make sure that happens. And if you partition it out in categories, that gives the small organizations an opportunity to get in there and not get shut out completely because all the money is gone before they get there.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Yeah, let me think. Who have I not heard from on tiering in specific? I want to bring this in for landing, at least on this side of the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak if you don't
absolutely.
mind.
Go ahead, Commissioner Minor.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. There's been a lot of talk about small companies competing with the larger ones, and I understand the point. It's a good one, but that's not the goal of this grant program. to figure out, to try to avoid competition between the two sizes of companies. Our goal for this grant program is to use these very limited resources, these very limited taxpayer dollars, to try to have as many businesses with as many employees survive for as long as they can until federal and state funding comes in. That's, in my mind, that's the primary lens with which we should be taking a look at these decisions to make. It makes no sense to me that a business with 2 employees would get $5,000 and a business with 40 employees would also get $5,000. If we're trying to stretch these grants as much as we can to keep as many businesses, as many employees surviving as possible. So, Commissioner Dozier, you've made a lot of great points today. I always do. But I'm not going to support your motion because it doesn't include anything about the tiering. I'm going to vote against it because either I or someone else, I hope, will make another motion that will include that tiering so that we do use these dollars as wisely as we can. Yes, a 2-person business can use $5,000, certainly. But I want to make sure we spread these dollars so that as many businesses have as much as they can use to survive until the federal and state grant funding comes in. I don't think we can do that without the tiering, and so that's why I'm going to vote against your motion. As awesome as you've been today, I can't support your motion as it currently stands.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak.
Okay, Commissioner Lindley.
Yeah, thank you. I think Commissioner Miners hit it right on the nose. We want to spread this around as much as we can. Honestly, the tier proposal that the county administrator came up with does kind of designate the small mom and pops if it's 1 to 10 and the smaller and the larger. But I agree completely with Commissioner Miner that we want this to go to as many people as we can and therefore as many employees. So I would support the motion, or if necessary, now it would be a substitute motion because I think Commissioner Jackson withdrew his original. A substitute motion for the $5,000, $1 million, but with the 3 tiers, so we can get it to as many people and businesses as we can. I just am not for cutting it back to having the smaller businesses and the larger businesses all getting the same amount right now.
Mr. Chairman, I would second the substitute motion that Mr. Lindley.
So would I,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, so let's do this because I think we've kind of gone round and round and round as far as the tiering piece goes. We've got a substitute motion that, as I understand it, is up to $5,000 in tiers based on employee size. So it meets, I think, what everybody's talking about, different guidelines. I'd like to run down the roll and let's just vote this up or down as we speak now.
I haven't been able to comment on this since the motion changed. Can I weigh in?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Matlow.
I have no interest in telling a business with only 5 or 10 employees, here's $1,500. Good luck as a parting prize as you go out of business. The goal here has to be to keep people in business, and that's going to take money. It's going to take at least $5,000 for a business with 10 employees. It's going to take at least $5,000 for the business with 15 employees. We're talking about restaurants. We're talking about the hospitality industry that's getting screwed right now. They're losing 50-60% of their revenue. We're going to tell them they can't get as much money as other restaurants or other businesses because they don't have enough employees. And we haven't even started the conversation. Are we talking about part-time employees? Are we talking about full-time equivalents? Like, we're getting too narrow focused when we need to put money in the hands of people that need it most. And I guarantee you, if we use these tiers, there's going to be restaurants that are not able to qualify for it, and they're going to go out of business. Those are restaurants that people love, and they need to be supported. And so we're getting so narrow focused on who can get a little change here, who can get a little change here. If we want to protect the 5-1 employees, let's earmark a certain amount of money and say, we'll give $200,000 to people who have less than 5 employees. But as we grow into companies with 25 people, as we grow into companies with 50 people, as we grow above that, you get into companies like mine. And I have the resources to go apply for loans. I can go after the federal loans. I can go to my bank and ask for a loan to get me through this period. But there are companies right now with less than 25 employees, less than 10 employees, who are going to go out of business. And this $5,000 will be a lifeline. So I'm not going to support a tier structure. I'll support $5,000 for any business that qualifies for it. And I support earmarking some for smaller companies in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to use chair's prerogative here because we could spend the next 14 hours going through what a tiered approach was. There's a motion on the floor right now for up to $5,000 tiered based on employee size with $1 million original. I'm going to run down and we're going to do a yes/no vote as we speak, okay? I'm just going to go ahead and let's just go down the roll call and you tell me, can you support this or not? And then if it fails, we'll come back and we'll go to a new motion, okay?
Please restate the motion, Mr. Chair.
I'd be happy to. Yeah, the way I understand it, and it's a combination of a lot of different people. This was the motion that I'm losing track of who made the last motion. Commissioner Lindley made a motion that basically said it was up to $5,000. It has 3 tiers based on employee size of the company, and it's using the original $1 million that we had earmarked to start with. Is there anything else I need? You want to repeat the tiering?
Sure, and this is just for explanation purposes. Again, it would be the $1 million, it would be 1,500, this was what the tiers would look like, 1,500 for employees of 1 to 10, 2,500, 11 to 24 employees, 5,000, 25 to 50 employees. That would give you 200 to 300 grants.
Okay, so that's the motion does that answer your question, Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Yes, it does.
Okay, I'm going to go down the roll real quick and I'm just going to ask yes or no, okay? And then we'll circle back. I've got a couple other people obviously want to weigh in and we got a lot of other things we need to deal with. So, Commissioner Lindley?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Daley?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Minor?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Maddox?
Yes.
Commissioner Bryant?
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor?
No.
Commissioner Matlow?
No.
Commissioner Jackson?
Yes.
Commissioner Dozier?
No.
All right, and I'm in favor of this. By my count, it looks like it carries. I've got somebody else counting these with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, is that right?
We've got
Okay, hold on a minute while we have the ballot count here.
Make sure you recount. We're in Florida.
There's a hanging Chad in here. So.
Wow. But
All right, so yeah, you guys want to make one more pass at this just for unanimity, because we're gonna, this motion will carry. We can recast the ballot real quick. I'll go down the list. We're going to have some more conversations. We're going to go back out again because I know, like the mayor had asked us to circle back. So, okay, I'm going to go down one more time, just for purposes of this. Commissioner Lindley.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson.
Yes.
Commissioner Minor.
Yes.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
No.
Okay. Commissioner Maddox.
Yes.
Commissioner Bryant.
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor.
No.
Commissioner Matlow.
No.
Okay. Commissioner Jackson.
Yes.
Commissioner Dozier.
Still a no. I think
Okay,
2,505 should be the floor. Mr. Chair,
All right,
I
I hear
understand
you.
what you're trying to do, but
Okay.
it's pretty clear we would support a higher level.
The motion carried 7-5 by my count, okay? To do tiered, $1 million and up to $5,000. Okay. Thank you. That's a huge, huge step, and I appreciate everybody's patience. This is a clunky process. All right. I'm gonna do one more pass through everybody because there's a lot of issues. I will commit as chairman of this body that in the next 2 to 3 weeks, we will circle back and have some type of meeting, okay? I'm gonna give staff as much rope as they need to do that, and we'll make it somehow meaningful. I'll also commit to Commissioner Dozier's comments to have a county meeting if we can do it on the 14th, April the 14th, or April. So in 2.5 weeks, we'll have a commission meeting. I can tell you that, as Commissioner Richardson pointed out, communication is going to be huge with this. So after we finish tonight, we've kind of crafted something that's going to be percolating starting tonight, and it'll hopefully 3 to 5 days we can start getting some money in some people's hands. With
Mr.
that,
Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Whatever is percolating, can we see it before it hits the street?
I'm sure staff can share a draft of what but it's not going to be for approval. It'll be for information, if that makes sense.
I don't have a problem with the approval, but I need to know what's out there so that I can help share the information.
Absolutely,
And I can,
yes.
answer any questions if I'm asked.
Great point. Okay, so we will bury everybody with social media type stuff and information. And I'm leaving after this meeting and going to talk to the Tallahassee Chamber, and I'll make sure that they bring it up. I'm going to do one more pass through everybody. Commissioner Daly, you had some business you wanted to address. I know a couple other people, but hopefully I've touched on next few meetings so that we've got that behind us. So, Commissioner Lindley, anything else you want to add for this meeting today? Commissioner Lindley.
No, not for this meeting. I do look forward to more discussion on nonprofits assistance at some point.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Daly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think it takes much discussion whatsoever because we've all touched on this, but I'd like to formally make a motion to set aside $1 million. I have identified in the budget, but I would be very comfortable wherever staff thinks that it should come from, specifically for individuals seeking utility assistance and nonprofits seeking utility assistance. I would say $750,000 available for individuals, $250,000 available for nonprofits. As I have previously spoke, a flat $250 application for individuals, $500,000 for nonprofits. That is my motion.
Second.
Yeah, we got a couple of seconds. Can you restate that, Commissioner Daly? In fact, let me stop you for a second, Mayor Daly. How about this? I think I hear an overwhelming sentiment to doing a second tranche of this if we can afford it, okay. How about we say we want to meet in 2 to 3 weeks, and by then the federal government program will be in better clarity. Most of this will have gone a long way as far as where we're at. And we can say, where could we get, and the bulk of yours was individuals, if I understood you correctly, and give staff a little bit of latitude to say, you've heard us loud and clear, nonprofits are struggling. What are the other things we can do if we had another $1 million? Does that make sense?
I support the motion on the table.
Yeah, I don't think we need to have much discussion. I'd like to go ahead and have an up or down vote on the motion, please.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would call the question,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
All right.
before the
I'm
question,
sorry.
Mr. Chair, I'm
The
sorry.
question at this time? I think
Yeah,
Yeah.
the question took all.
helpful.
Who called the question?
Mr. Richardson.
Commissioner Richardson. Did we get a second for calling the question?
Second.
All right, we got a second, so let's vote on calling the question, okay, of Commissioner Daly's motion, which when we get back to it, I'm gonna ask him to restate. But for now, this is the motion on calling the question. Commissioner Lindley. Commissioner Lindley on calling the question, yes or no? No. Commissioner Daly.
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson. Yeah, you made it, I'm sorry. Commissioner Minor.
Yes.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox.
Yes.
Commissioner Bryant.
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor.
No.
Commissioner Matlow.
No.
Commissioner Jackson. Commissioner Jackson, this is on calling the question.
Yes.
Pardon? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Commissioner Dozier?
Absolutely not. We don't have a funding source for this. I'm
All right,
disappointed.
let's be careful. Okay, and I support calling the question. So as far as 2, 3, 4, it looks like it carries by my tally.
Mr.
All
Chair.
right, so we call the question. Commissioner
Chair.
Daly, Mayor Daly, can you restate your motion, please?
Yes, sir. The motion is for $1 million for individual and nonprofit relief, $750,000 for individual and $250,000 for nonprofit relief. A grant to be applied for individuals, $250. A grant to be applied for nonprofits, $500 for utility relief.
Okay.
Mr.
Thought
Chair,
y'all just said, Mr. Chairman, the mayor's contradicting what he said earlier, that the city would be illegal to use money to pay people utility bill. I'm confused by this.
Mr. Chair, I have no discussion. I just want to make sure I don't have a conflict. Madam Attorney, I am CEO of one of the
Susan,
two.
can you, you want to weigh in on Commissioner Maddox's question?
Yes. I'm CEO of one of the 2,000 nonprofits in town. I don't think I have a conflict by virtue of the fact that there's 2,000 nonprofits that could possibly benefit from this, but for all clarity, do I have a conflict that I need to recuse myself from this vote?
Susan, what's your call?
He believes he has a voting conflict and refrain from voting, and he'll put up that we send out that will indicate.
So, Commissioner Maddox, I don't know if you could hear that, but she said if you feel like you have a voting conflict, she would suggest you recuse yourself or refrain from voting. Does that answer your question?
It does not. I said I do not feel like I do. I'm asking her in her official opinion that I do. Again, I'm only one of 2,000 nonprofits, and there's no guarantee that my nonprofit will receive this. So again, I'm asking for her opinion as my attorney. Do I have a conflict?
Commissioner, if you vote yes, don't vote. Don't apply. If you vote yes, don't apply for a grant.
I've got the county administrator wants to weigh in on some semantics and some logistics. Can we mute everybody so it's not a bunch of conversations?
Conflict of interest.
Okay, county administrator is going to weigh in here real quickly.
If the attorney says you feel like you do, then
Can we mute everybody?
allows you to take a walk when you maybe don't.
Obviously, I wasn't speaking to Commissioner Maddox's motion relative to the potential conflict. This was more to Mayor Daley's motion on the additional $1 million for the nonprofit and the individual assistance. If before you vote on that motion, the only direction, and again, just in terms of trying to facilitate that your staff would need here at OEV, and again, and we don't mind going through this with this commission, but if we were to take those dollars, we would be taking them from previously approved OEV projects and budgets associated with that, and it would not be a problem for us, again, to turn to, for example, page 71 and go line item by line item, and the money is there, commissioners, and you all can direct us on that page if you should choose to do so, and we can tell you which line items have commitments available and which don't. Many of them do not. A couple of them do have commitments, but we can walk you through individually each line item, and the commissioners could direct us where to get those dollars. And again, we don't mind doing that one bit. We just don't want to do anything, if that motion was to pass, that's contrary to any previous IA direction. That's all.
No, hold on. I got to jump in here on a point of order because you just tainted the water, Mr. Administrator. It is unfair to paint the picture like that. I would also like a little confirmation that, yes, in the previous Blueprint 2000, you do have a cash flow issue with $2.5 million sitting in the bank above the estimated allocation required to complete the project.
Well, I think the mayor is speaking to capital projects which are explicitly not authorized for these purposes. Unless you want to do a loan, in which case we could talk about that, but those are blueprint dollars for capital projects that are statutorily not authorized for this purpose.
Mr. Administrator, I'm not going to have the argument with you right now. We will talk about it offline. I know exactly what you're talking about, but my interpretation is that the 2014 legislation does allow it. But I understand it. If it's the will of this board, we could pull it out of the economic development funds right now.
Well, that's where all the money should be coming from, out of the economic development funds. None of them can come out of any capital or any projects that build projects with bricks and mortar. The whole thing is coming out of there.
Mr. Chair, you have a motion that just passed
we're getting into a discussion.
And we are
Listen,
having
I'm going to
discussions
recuse myself for
there was
the
a lot of
appearance of a
questions about this.
conflict.
All right. I'm gonna have to go back to one at a time. I can't, it's impossible to track who's talking, who's not. Commissioner Dozier first, then Commissioner Maddox.
Mr. Chair, the question was called.
had a motion.
There is no discussion. I just asked if I had a conflict. I'm going to recuse myself for the appearance of a conflict.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we called the question. What are we doing this?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
exactly.
All right.
And
We're voting.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you.
I have a point of order on calling the question and
What's your question? Go ahead, Commissioner Dozier.
thank you. The discussion, even the comments by the county administrator, I don't support the motion or anything, but I have to agree with the mayor that you all ended discussion by that majority
Good point.
vote. However, we have major issues with how this would be done, and I would hope there could be a motion to rescind that. I don't know if that can happen, but I'm looking to our council to see if we can have a motion to rescind the call the question, because there are obviously questions to be asked. Thank you.
I think the question, that silences, I think we have to vote. I think we have to go down and vote. So, and I apologize because I probably should have caught this. All right, let's go through and vote. This is on Commissioner Daly's motion. All right, Commissioner Daly made the motion, and it's divided between individuals and nonprofits. It's $1 million to be discussed at our next meeting. And he gave some parameters, which I'm not going to repeat, but I'm pretty sure that staff has them. Okay. So I'm going to go down.
The motion does not mean to bring back an agenda item to the next meeting.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry, Commissioner Daly, you made the motion. What was your comment?
Move forward with the program.
Move forward with what program? I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, I'll try and summarize. The motion, as I understand it, was to identify $1 million out of OEV budget from fiscal year 20 now to authorize a program of $1 million additional dollars, different from the motion that just passed, where $750,000 of the million would go to utility relief for individuals up to $250 per customer, and $250,000 would go to utility relief for nonprofits up to $500 per nonprofit.
Is that right, Commissioner Mayor Daly?
Yeah. Now, the $1 million, is that what was stated?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the clarification.
At some point, and I understand the question has been called, we do need to have a budget discussion about the available funds. And I'm not trying to color the question, but there is a discussion that needs to be held about where that $1 million would come from. And
I'd like to suggest it would be staff recommendation.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, the mayor said he's already identified this money. Where is it, Mayor?
Let's vote. The question's been called. I'm supposed to kill the discussion here. I hate to say it. Let's run down the thing. Yes or no, up or down? Yeah. All right. Well, we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get to it. Commissioner Lindley.
No.
Commissioner Daly. Yes. I'm sorry, you made the motion. Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Richardson.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Minor.
Yes.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Yes.
Was that a yes? I'm sorry.
That was a yes.
Okay. Commissioner Maddox.
I recuse myself for the appearance of a conflict.
Commissioner Bryant.
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor.
Yep.
Commissioner Matlow.
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson. Commissioner Jackson. Commissioner Jackson.
Yes, yes, yes.
Commissioner Dozier.
No.
And I'm also, no offense, Mr. Mayor, that's a little rushed for me. I'm going to vote no, but it looks like by my count, does it carry? It just, wait a minute.
It's a call a question that carries.
That was the motion.
That was the motion we were voting on. Did somebody misunderstand what the way their vote was?
That was a motion called question.
The motion, no, call the question's already been done. Yeah, this is the motion Commissioner Daly made. All right, I'm going to go back. I'll do.
Back to the county.
Okay. The motion, as I understand it, is take $1 million today, apply it towards $750,000 for individual, $250,000 for nonprofits, and there's some background for that. And I need to go back through this and make sure I understand where everybody is. Commissioner Lindley. Commissioner Lindley.
Voting against it at this time is premature.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Daly, it's your motion, yes. Commissioner Richardson.
Yes, but I don't understand why we're taking a second roll call.
Because it's unclear on some of the votes with the recusal. Yeah, okay, we just need the county, okay. All right, Commissioner Minor?
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Maddox recused himself. Commissioner Proctor?
No staffing. I asked to see something in writing. No.
Okay. Commissioner Jackson?
Yes.
Dozier?
No.
Deloge? No. Okay. Tell me, I'm having trouble from my standpoint counting this. Where did you end up?
You got 2 yes on the county. Yeah, you need 4. It fails, sir.
All right.
It fails because you need a minimum of, in weighted voting, you need a minimum of 4 county commissioners voting in favor.
Okay.
You had 2 voted in favor. You had 4 vote no and 1 recused.
Okay.
Even though it was unanimous, I believe on the city side, the motion fails.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm trying to understand why are we splitting the vote now on this particular motion and we haven't previously?
All right.
Well, I can address.
Go ahead.
Madam Commissioner, we utilize this weighted tally on every vote that's taken.
All right. So the motion Commissioner Mayor Daly made fails. I'm going to go back and just run through and make sure these are final comments, okay? All right. Commissioner Dozier.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, you're going through final comments?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I appreciate your leadership here. This is more challenging than most of our meetings, and I appreciate all the good work by staff. This last discussion got a little messy here, and I want to make sure people understand that those of us who voted against the first motion, it wasn't because we don't want to do something. And similarly, for my part, voting against the mayor is not because it's not potentially a good idea, but there are too many questions here. So if there is another motion to agenda that program and bring it back, I can support an agenda item. But I am concerned about the funding source. And secondly, I think we need to do more than utility bills. I understand all the discussion, and I appreciate, Mr. City Manager, what you've said, Commissioner Richardson, others. I think if we are looking as a city and county government to do other support for nonprofits, for businesses out of our general revenue and working together, this is all hands on deck. So I think the utility bill question, I didn't mean to, I wasn't trying to get into that legal territory with the utilities. This is about city and county commission decisions and other resources we can bring to the table. So, Mr. Chair, again, I'm glad you are good with having a county commission meeting on the 14th. I'm glad the city will have a meeting. I think we all have to work together. This is not easy for any of us, and certainly not for everyone in the community. The last thing that I don't know, Mr. County Administrator, I'm going to ask you a question about this. With CHSP and operational dollars and things like that, I'm wondering if you and the city manager could get us some information before our respective city and county commission meetings, because that may be another way of helping our nonprofits. And that would be good for at least me to know, I'm sure for the others, before we reconvene at our next Blueprint meeting. Would that be acceptable?
Oh, absolutely. There'd be no problem getting you that information.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good question, Commissioner Dozier. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, the last thing I just wanted to say was there were a lot of other really good ideas put on the table today, and a lot of other questions about how we target our efforts. Do we need to summarize any of that in a motion or anything? I would hate to recap the last few hours. Or the notes that Ben, Christina, I'm sure you all were making, can we get some answers to those questions for our next meeting? How do we want to handle that?
I would offer as a chair that in the next, we're committed to meeting at the county on the 14th. We're committed to meeting here in 2 to 3 weeks. The Blueprint, that clearly there's been a lot of discussion about nonprofits. We'll have a much better handle on where the tiering, if that money's gotten some of the right people, we'll have a much better picture of the federal government. I would offer that it's pretty self-evident. So I don't know that we need to, I appreciate what you're trying to do, which is let's encapsulate it or memorialize it. But I think it goes without saying that what a lot of the conversation we heard will be a big meaty part of the next meeting. Yeah. So,
actually,
but good
Mr.
comment.
Chair,
Appreciate it.
I did not want to encapsulate it or make a motion. I just want to make sure that without those steps, we're going to get some information back on a lot of the other good ideas and questions that were tossed out by the full board today.
Absolutely.
That's all. So thank you.
Good point. Okay. Is that it, Commissioner Dozier?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jackson, Jimbo Jackson. Commissioner Jackson.
Commissioner, Mr. Chair, thank you for herding all the cats and running through this difficult process here today. It's interesting always to hear so many great ideas. Just like Commissioner Dozier said, we don't get together often enough to discuss these ideas, and unfortunately, it took a international pandemic for us to be able to share. But I think, again, we are acting in the most expedient way possible to get as much relief as possible to folks that need it and deserve it. I know that I did want to just place in a plug real quick that we're looking forward to bringing kids back to Leon County schools virtually through a distance learning model. And we hope that this is just another step that we can do as policymakers here locally to help families to have some sort of normalcy in their daily lives. So thanks again for the work that staff has done, and you as well, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Jackson. Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Matlow.
Sorry about that. First off, I just want to draw attention. I think it's appropriate when a motion is made to get funding, our staff go back and take a look at that and see where the most reliable sources are, whether that's money from the city or the county or OEP. But to suggest a line item is just absolutely ridiculous. It's our job as a policy board, I think, to direct funding and direct this government. And if there's a motion to bring direct utility relief to people who have got laid off in our community, I would expect the answer is we'll figure out how that will be done. Secondly, I'm not sure if everyone's aware, but a lot of restaurants in Tallahassee are struggling. And a lot of local small restaurants have fewer than 25 employees. And what we've just done is said those restaurants are most severely impacted, have been ordered by the state government to close their dining rooms, and hospitality businesses that have had to shut their doors completely are going to feel left out of this bill. So I would like to see us come back at the next meeting in 2 to 3 weeks and have a specific proposal for businesses with under 25 employees, specifically hospitality businesses that have been directly impacted, and a staff summary of how they've been impacted and their average employee levels. And I'd make that update motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Proctor.
I'm sorry, did you just make a motion, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, let me back up. Yeah, Commissioner Matlow, was that in the form of a motion?
Yes.
Can you restate,
restate that for me? I'm sorry.
The motion would be to come back with a staff item, specifically on the impact of local restaurants in the hospitality industry with fewer than 25 employees, and come back with opportunities to assist them through this challenging time.
I'd second the motion.
We have a motion in a couple of seconds. I can tell you that the sentiment overwhelming is to come back with a plan, and we put this together in a week or 10 days time tops. And it's pretty amazing that we figured it out, got something together that we'll be able to physically start rolling out. I would anticipate we can probably take another stab at that. But so the motion, again, I hate to keep restating myself here, though. Tell me again, Commissioner Matlow, one more time. Restaurants 25 and less, what's the impact? You want to report on that?
Yeah, the impact. Yeah, a report and on funding solutions to help them.
Okay. All right. Okay. And we have multiple seconds on that. Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Staff. I heard earlier, I stated that the mayor had, in his initial opening comments, made some good comments. And I indicated that I wanted to see that written down, presented to us, process staff. And I stayed with that. In the final analysis, the mayor offered a motion tonight. In my 2 decades of serving as a commissioner, I love for our stuff to have legal review and staff review. We do better work when it's that way and not fly by the seat of the pants, spend $1 million like that. So I'm for helping people, but when I talked about utility monies being across the board, a 50-50 plan, the mayor immediately said that was illegal. But he comes and says, I know where $1 million is, and I'm ready to go ahead right now. I was poo-pooed about helping. He comes and has $1 million somewhere that he wouldn't tell us. But I'm still open to that being written down and us entertaining it in the near future. And so again, I invite the mayor to write down, let our staff review it, put it on the agenda, all of that. Nevertheless, I believe that today I saw the tiered idea go from one meaning of competition, tiered idea, then evolved to a meaning of levels of amount of money. It went from competition to an amount. And I think that Commissioner Richardson's point about communications, that no matter what the money is, will there be equity in the distribution of it if we don't communicate to all sources of our community? We're learning, and this is the first that we've ever done this. So I'm grateful and appreciative for the exercise. I hope that we don't have to do it often. And I say that we have, as Commissioner Jackson has pointed out earlier, we're doing something novel that many communities haven't bothered to do, and that's to try to help somebody. So when I voted against the motion, I want people to get relief, but if we're going to do it through our government, I really do want it to be done. Another $1 million I could support. In fact, Mr. Mayor, I call for up to $3 million of economic development as the source. So I'm $3 million here tonight, but I do want even it to have a process and a uniform basis of which the 14th Amendment's equal protection of law will be afforded to everyone. I appreciate you all's patience with me tonight, and I appreciate your leadership, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just say back at the last motion, even though I was trying desperately to be heard, I don't think my name was called to vote one way or the other, and it doesn't matter now since on the county side, it dies. But I will say that we have done a lot today, and I have not given my recommendations and thankfulness to staff for the job that they've done in the last week or two. And they really have done a yeoman's job to get us to this point. I do look forward to, Mr. Maslow has a motion on the table that I don't think was voted on a few minutes ago.
You're right. Yeah, I was going to finish going through everybody and then we come back and vote on it. Yeah.
Okay, I just don't want us to miss voting on that. But I think at our next meeting, if we can define up front the specific items we're going to cover and stay focused in that way, we might have a better synergy for an outcome that probably won't take us 3 hours. But you've done a great job today, and I'll go back to my original comment that I have stated every time I've spoken, is that everybody needs to know whatever it is we voted on as it relates to people in our community who would otherwise not know. We can have as many resources as we want, but until it gets into the minds and hearts of the people who have small businesses especially, they will be left out. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leadership.
Thank you, Commissioner Bryant. Commissioner Maddox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Mr. Chair, good job. I mean, I think it's the first time we've ever done anything like this, and you are the chairman that gets to navigate it first. So I want to thank you for the job that you did. Although you did have to go through our roll call a couple times, that was unique. But hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Staff did an awesome job of trying to put together something for us to look at today, and so I want to thank them for their work. We spent 4 hours debating this. But this is a very important thing and a very difficult thing to do. Nothing short, maybe on a smaller level of what Congress is doing at the national level, but we're doing our own unique, I guess, stimulus package of sorts right here in Leon County. We're thankful to our voters to have a pot of money to even look at to do that with the economic development dollars that we have. There was a lot of great points today that were brought about. A lot of people had great ideas. I hope in the future we can review those ideas and once they're fleshed out a little more, maybe come to some conclusions and some concurrence amongst us all on moving forward on some of those ideas. And again, it's an honor to serve with you all. Even in this time, I think that we came together to put together something that our in this short amount of time that our county and our city can be proud of and can be used as a model across the state to what to do. And when you're in a situation like this, looking for something to aid the businesses that need the help the most right here in our own county. So those complete my comments. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great meeting. I can say that whenever we get together, we apparently love being together because we spent a long time together.
You guys are killing
so
me.
I gotta believe it's because we love being together. At any rate, what I would like to do is we're tossing around having a meeting in 2 to 3 weeks. Now, according to the president, everything's going to be great after Easter, and everything that we're looking at your meetings are after Easter. So while I don't believe that, there are those who do. So I think we need to set a date, just like you mentioned, a date for your county commission meeting on the 14th. We need to set a date for us getting back together so we can so staff has a deadline of when they need to get their information done, and we have an idea of how to plan so that we're ready to meet. I just offer that. And then the other thing is that I know that there's a motion on the table, and my colleague has asked for it regarding the restaurant business. But I would like to see not only the restaurant and the hospitality, but the service as well, because we have professional services that are, they're really struggling as well. The barbershop, the beauty salons, because the students are not here. So there's a great impact on their industry as well. And I think that I see it on the restaurants, but some of them are still able to do drive-throughs, and I agree we need that. But I think we need to look at some of these other services as well to determine what kind of impact is happening there also, so that we can see if they're going forward will be a need to provide some assistance there. And I do support finding another $1 million, but I would add to what the mayor said that I would leave it up to staff to go find that $1 million. Again, we have a fire brewing, and we can't just reserve water over here. And I understand statutorily we have some limitations. We also can be creative and strategic, because if we don't put this fire out, there will be no room for any long-term projects, because there'll be nobody to build it for, because we won't have the business or community infrastructure. If we don't save the community and save the businesses and save some jobs, there will be no need for a convention center. And so there will be no need for some of these other projects, because the folks just won't be there. And so I want us to, stay focused on the next 3 months of what we need to do. And once we're on the other side of that, then we can look at where we are. So in summary, let's set a date for the meeting. Secondly, I would like to add a friendly amendment, if it's okay with my colleague, Commissioner Matlow, that we look at the service organizations as well, to see what the impact is on their business is also.
Commissioner Matlow, you okay with that?
Yeah. Yes, I'd accept that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Let me just say, I'll commit to getting an email out tonight on when our next meeting is, and I'll say 2 to 3 weeks, unless barring some, catastrophic thing. I think most of us probably have pretty clear calendars based on what I've seen. So, not that there's not a lot of work being done. I'm just trying to say, picking the time everybody can.
I agree with you that we are still working hard, but and things can change. So I just like to kind of look ahead a little bit. So thank you for committing to getting that out tonight.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Minor.
Chair, good meeting, Mr. Chairman. This is difficult, but I think it turned out got some work done today. Also, thanks again to the staff, Blueprint, OEV, our county and city staff. I mean, we're really dealing with some difficult situations here, but it's I think we're managing as best we can. We talked a lot about nonprofits. Unfortunately, we were not able to do anything today that gives them any type of assistance or relief. I don't think there's an appetite this afternoon for us to do anything right now, but I really want us to focus when we meet next on finding something that we can do to help them. And also, regarding the point about the restaurant industry and the service industry, I think those are very good points by Commissioners Matlow and Williams-Cox. I don't think we want to get into the business of picking which industries are going to win and which ones are going to lose in terms of which ones receive these grant awards. So what I think we probably need to focus on for the next meeting is what many of us have talked about already, which is adding $1 million to the current $1 million and doubling the grant awards by tier. I think that would address at least what Commissioner Matlow was saying earlier about how small businesses, restaurants are not going to be able to really do much with $1,500. Many of them, I think, could do much more with $3,000. The same thing would apply to the service industry. So when we meet next, what I'd like to do is take a look at how successful this grant program has been up to this point, and then reassess whether or not we want to expand the funding for this program and offer awards that would help out some of these businesses. We're going to know more in 2 or 3 weeks. I'd like to do it now, today. I think there are a lot of businesses out there that may not be around 2 or 3 weeks from now, but I feel strongly about that. But I think the mood of the board is such that we're ready to go with what we have, and I can live with that until our next meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Commissioner Richardson.
Mr. Chairman, I will try to be brief, but I think that the bottom line to all of this has been a tremendous meeting. You've done an excellent job of leading us here today and getting us to where we are at this point. But needless to say, we wouldn't have had this conversation had it not been for a community that decided to tax itself, not only for capital projects, but for economic development. That says a lot about who we are as a community and the fact that we had these dollars available during a time like this. I think this has been a tremendous step in the right direction. Certainly, there's a lot that we weren't able to do, but think about those communities, the Gaston counties of the world, the Wakullahs, all the other counties that don't have this opportunity to even have this kind of discussion. They're going to see businesses go out of business because there's nothing that they can do for them. Not just $1,000, but certainly not 5,000. And we depend on them and them patronizing our businesses here as well. So, you know, that again, that says a lot about who we are as a community and the fact that we were able to have this kind of discussion and even bring about some relief. I agree with Commissioner Minor. I don't like the idea of picking winners and losers because we've got businesses in other sectors of this community that are hurting. I think I mentioned earlier, I was at the tire shop and the young lady told me that they had laid off employees and, you know, if they didn't get even some relief, I mentioned the $2,500 and she said, hey, that might be the difference in me being able to keep an employee that I'm considering having to let go. And so I don't want us to be in the position of picking winners and losers in the various business sectors because all of them are hurting now. And so let's be careful how we move forward with that. But I think we've done a tremendous job here today. And it's something that we can be proud of. And again, I just think we need to make sure we get this information disseminated as widely as possible, as quickly as possible, to as many businesses out there as we can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Mayor Daley.
I'm here.
Final comments, and then we'll circle back and vote on Commissioner Matlow's motion.
There we go. Mr. Chairman, good meeting today. I'll be brief. Look, was today a little tense? Yeah, you're all my friends. I love serving with you. This is why we serve as well, is to make very tough decisions. And look, you know, I look at it as this. Our community is going through, just like the rest of the world, a global pandemic. We are under a federal, state, and local state of emergency. We are under a stay-at-home order. Curfew goes in tonight. Our positive cases are going up. We know we're going to get more. We're looking at extremely high unemployment, especially for our community. We've got a lot going on. This meeting is an emergency meeting. This is not a regularly scheduled meeting. Not everything is going to be pretty with a bow on it. Sometimes it's going to get messy. But I guess, you know by now that my position is, in this state of emergency, any relief that we could provide that does make sense that we can move forward with, whether it's for businesses, individuals, or nonprofits, I'll be there. And I look forward to working with each and every one of you on these very tough issues. Brian, good meeting, my man.
Mayor, be careful about those coughs.
Thank you, Commissioner Lindley. Commissioner Lindley.
Thank you. I wanted to say I really appreciated the mayor's proposal a great deal. I just wasn't ready to go. We spent $1 million in 3.5 hours, and I just couldn't spend another $1 million in 3 minutes. So I just want to know more about that, and I look forward to continuing that conversation. I think Commissioners Bryant and Richardson and many others have said so important to somehow get this information of what is available now, though not perfect, to as many people as we can. We don't want it to just be something that people who are watching this today or will, be keeping up on the inner workings of local government to know about. So communication is super important. I appreciate Commissioner Matlow's proposal and his passion, and I'm okay with getting that kind of information brought forward on restaurants and service industries, because they really, restaurants in particularly, I think they really are the mark of what goes on in this community in terms of the interest that we try to bring to the young professionals and just the quality of life here. So I have no objections to getting more information specifically in those sectors, acknowledging that all sectors are important in all votes. But so if we circle back to that vote, I'm for it. And I appreciate so much your leadership. I know this has been a bear, and I love the fact that basically all of us are wanting to help. It's sort of a matter of proportion and degree, and but we've done some good work today, and it's a start. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Commissioner Lindley. All right, I'm going to just wind up my comments, and then I'm going to take a vote, and then I'm going to basically say that's as far as we go, and then maybe have, listen, I couldn't be more proud of the group. We came in here today, and you're right, Commissioner Lindley, you nailed it. Everybody comes at this a little bit different as far as what their tolerance is, their risk level is, you know, what they like, what they dislike. Frankly, we're going to walk out of here tonight with $1 million and a commitment of $1 million that'll go out into our community starting almost immediately, and a commitment to come back in 2 to 3 weeks and discuss more potentially. So I'm, as a member of this board and the current chair, I couldn't be more proud of what we've done today. I mean, I think it really, considering this has been turned around in a week or 10 days, we're one of the few, you know, local governments in the country doing these type of things, and hopefully it'll get to the people as quick as we can and give some relief. It's not everything for everybody. Federal program will come into focus hopefully here, and maybe we can be that, as they've said, bridge to the bridge. So having said that, I'm going to run back down.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but because people are listening, the public is watching, and I wanted to get this before we all vote and end this call. Where would people who are listening and want to get on board right away, where should they direct their inquiries?
All right, Ben, I'll let you take that.
Yeah, absolutely. The Office of Economic Vitality, OEV for Business. Commensurate with the closure of this meeting, there will be a press release, there will be a web page, there will be the ability for applications online, not in person. Of course, we're responding to COVID-19, so you don't have to come in. It was simple instructions, and we're training internally on processing those applications. We anticipate tomorrow morning at 9 in this room we're in right now. So, but we're going to spread that far and wide. That will include the city public information office and county CMR. Local press is, I think, already reporting, and we're going to get it out as far and wide as we can, Commissioner.
And please make sure it goes to the chambers, because I heard the chair say he's going to be getting with the Tallahassee Chamber this afternoon. But we need to make sure we get it to all the chambers.
Good point.
As soon as possible.
And we will. We're in contact.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Commissioner Matlow's motion, which has been seconded and mildly amended, which was bring back program ideas relative to the specific to the restaurant industry, which obviously all of us understand has gotten hammered. And the amendment was to include the service industry, as I understand it. So, and I think to Commissioner Daley's, Mayor Daley's earlier motion, I think there's a sentiment to what else can we do, but I think there's a lot of confusion about maybe too fast, what's out there, what's available. So, having said that, let's run down and say up or down, yes or no, Commissioner Matlow's. Commissioner Lindley on the motion by Commissioner Matlow.
Yes.
Okay. Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson.
Yes.
Commissioner Minor.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Williams Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox. Commissioner Maddox.
Aye.
Okay.
4.
Present. Commissioner Bryant.
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Matlow. That's
Yes.
your motion. I'm going to assume you're with it. Commissioner Jackson.
Yes, yes, yes.
All right. Commissioner Dozier.
Yes.
And I'm with it too, unanimously. Okay, so I'll commit to getting a note out to everybody end of the night, before we finish the night, as far as a date when we meet next. I will make sure that the information is on the city website, county website, OED's website as soon as humanly possible.
Yes.
I can't thank y'all enough. As Commissioner Daly said, Mayor Daly said, you know, look, this is what we're here to do. It's a great job, and it's oftentimes gets a little tense. And frankly, everybody wants what's right for our community. And I think with what we've done tonight was a momentous, historic moment. So thank y'all for everything. And with that, I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you.